Let us leave our worlds together. Welcome to the grand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of the Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us leave our worlds together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of the Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us leave our worlds together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of the Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us leave our worlds together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of the Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us leave our worlds together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hi, a global namaste to all of you, and welcome to another hopefully fascinating session we are going to have, because we have got wonderful new speakers with the experienced stalwarts, and we'll be exploring the goodness of Ayurveda, because everyone is requiring it more than ever before. Ayurveda, as we keep saying, is the history of healthcare in the world, and Ayurveda is the future of healthcare in the world. This is a transition where we went too objective into a microscope, and now we are zooming out. And we unfortunately had some very sad, like maybe triggerers, to zoom out, like COVID-19 we had. So there is something which we have to think beyond the microscope and beyond objectivity and beyond the healthcare infrastructure. Someday we will have to own our own health. We cannot keep believing that governments would be giving us some like nice medicine or nice infrastructure. There should be a hospital close to my home, waiting time should be less. Because non-communicable diseases, which are burdening every country by over 80%, somehow, good or bad, fortunately or unfortunately, largely depend upon your personal self, and these do not warrant any intervention from any healthcare infrastructure or expert. because we all know the basic facts. The only requirement is to practice them. And through Ayurveda, through this wonderful platform, you all are experts. We don't have like any layman attending to these lectures. This is an expert discussion. So the purpose is we benefit from one another's experience, we enrich, and we disseminate. We have to disseminate, we have to spread this goodness of Ayurveda to our community, to our near and dear ones around us, to our friends, families, and societies. So, welcome you once again for a very wonderful brainstorming session. Like a very basic rule will be each speaker would be discussing for 15 minutes, followed by like 8 to 10 minutes of questions and answers, where you can raise your queries, you can add value to the talk, because no one is perfect. For example, today we have got Dr. Gayatri Kalia from Toronto talking about PCOD. If you have got some experience with PCOD, you can add value. We will be having Dr. Bhanupuri talking about diabetes. Everyone has got some experience in diabetes. We surely can add value. So looking forward to your active participation, and thanks to the platform Healing Our Earth. And can I welcome our respected Dr. Vaidya Rajan Patankarji to initiate his talk, if you can unmute. Maybe you can unmute, sir.
One second. Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Is okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One second.
I welcome Anita Pilmayer from Paris during this time, while Rajanji is taking some time. And we'll be having next two speakers as Dr. Amrita Sharma from Jalandhar, followed by Dr. Nisha Sharma from Muktsar, Punjab. And Dr. Pradeep will be at number 4. So, Rajanji, are you all set?
Yes. Is it okay? My sound?
Yes, perfect. Perfect.
Okay. So, global namaste to all of you. And my subject is a little bit tricky, but it's, in my opinion, it's need of the hour. So, I'm going to speak about the qualities of a physician. In my opinion, this speech is meant to boost confidence in Ayurvedic physicians. That's why I selected this subject with some interaction with Ishji and Neilji also. Because in my opinion, guidelines are mentioned, all the guidelines are mentioned in our text, how to practice, how to expand our knowledge, to understand new diseases and their proper treatment also. But nowadays, what happens? Everybody is focusing on the investigations and then come to the part of the Ayurvedic treatment. In my opinion, this is not a correct procedure to treat a patient by Ayurvedic point of view. So, yes, nowadays, there are so many gadgets or so many opinions or so many new things are coming up nowadays. We must take the support from them, but still our nidan or our diagnosis should be as per Ayurveda, and we must follow the treatment as per Ayurveda. That is my opinion. Physician must be a good human being with sattva guna properties. This is most important. Nowadays, it seems very low. Always with a smiling face and properly dressed or well dressed with good clinic environment is also one of the most important things in my opinion. He must be a good counselor. That is most important nowadays, because the patients are also impatient and doctors are also impatient. So looking to that, he must be a good counselor, friendly with patients or clients, I should say, with proper knowledge to give proper guidance to each and every patient. Because nowadays what happens, we are very short of time, as we only feel or as only we say, but it's not like that. Because in my opinion, if we see 5 patients a day and guide them properly through Ayurveda, that is more beneficial to the society and to the mankind also. So that is my opinion. Must know the basic knowledge about other paths also with all respect. We should not disrespect because this is humbug, this cannot be done, or this is not in a proper way. Should not be done so. Knowledge about new, I should say, improper guidance given by different ways, that is Google, YouTube, or newspapers. We have to uh, uh, tell all our patients, or public awareness is nowadays need of the hour. So that should be taken care of. If it's necessary to do different investigations, like nowadays, so many doctors prescribe if there is a back pain, go for an X-ray, or if there is abdominal colic, go for sonography, or so many n number of pathological tests also. Then, if they are needed, then explain the importance and guide them properly. That is my opinion. All these are my opinion. To gain success, to be a good practitioner, must be a well-read, well-versed about all Ayurvedic treatments procedures. Different type of examinations, that is Triveda Pariksha, Dashaveda Pariksha, Ashtaveda Pariksha, and importance of Ahar, Vihar, daily or seasonal regime as per the body constitution or the climatic conditions of the different countries must be explained properly to the patient. We can treat a patient or client by two methods: shaman, to pacify the disease, or shodhan, that is detoxification. Importance and need must be explained properly, because nowadays patient came to us and told tell us ki we want to do some panchakarma procedure, and they are well read improper reading in the newspaper, or by so many I should say stalwarts. You have to take woman, or then Snehan Svedan. So sorry, if it's needed, then we have to follow those procedure, and if not, then explain the patient the importance of the shaman or shodhan chikitsa, that is pacifying the disease or detoxification. In my opinion, when the patient gets relief from the disease, the smile on his face is utmost important, and that gives us a crore of rupees. Because what I was told by my grandfather, he was also doctor, or my father, I use the same I follow the same procedures with all the patients. For that, family physician is need of the hour, along with public awareness about our science, because our is a complete science, and this was told me by very well-known cardiologist from Bombay, Dr. K. Ramamurthy. I was with him for 6 months. On the last day, he has given me guidelines. You have to practice only and only Ayurveda, because it's a complete science. Our science is not complete. And second thing, he explained me the doctor or the Vaidya who is expert, one who gives minimum medicine with maximum results. Then we must study the effect and side effects of all the medicines we are using for the betterment of the client. Example of Pitta Jvara. If we are very well versed with our texts, and if we have not seen any patient of Pitta Jvara, and if we prescribe him, for example, Tribhuvan Kirti, that will definitely give him side effects. So there should be proper analysis, and proper bedside medicine also should be taught to our new coming doctors or Vaidyas. When doing detoxification methods, we must learn the upadrav, the side effects, and do the needful. Because I am taking in our college, I had taken 9 Panchakarma workshop for practitioners, and the experts from all over Maharashtra or from India who used to visit us as a special lecturers. First of all, they taught us about the upadrav, or the side effects of the Panchakarma, and then they taught the procedures followed by. Along with theory, our science must be studied with bedside medicine, as told you. Last and most important, we must well versed with our all strengths and weaknesses of our science, and with due respect to the other science also. So, I am extremely sorry if anyone is hurt or misunderstood my words. Please forgive me. Your valuable suggestions are always welcome. Definition of a Vaidya or doctor is one who gives minimum medicine with maximum results. Thanks for the opportunity and patient hearing. Global namaste to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vaidya Rajan Patankarji. Very insightful, very thoughtful words, well crafted by you. And as you very rightly broke open, being a good human being is the first requirement. You might not be the best physician in the world, but you have to be a very basic, bare minimum good human being. That then there cannot be a compromise beyond that. And as you rightly told, we have to be sattvic. That is, we have to be detached and we have to be very objective and very empath, having a feeling of empathy with the client or with the patient. But many, because of maybe this modern world or so many pressures, many doctors, etc., have somehow unfortunately became very commercial, what we call rajasic, because they have got certain pressures and they have to meet their targets and their demands, and they have to siphon some X amount out of the patient. Seeing a patient, many doctors unfortunately could be thinking, okay, this patient, like this much of amount, this diagnosis, this much of rupees, this patient, so many investigations and so much of earning. So this is really very unfortunate, but I strongly believe every doctor is a human being, and sooner or later one would be realizing the golden words, what you have rightly put, and they all could be very much aware of it. Maybe I can, I'm fortunate to welcome Dr. Meenakshi Arora, who is the principal at SLN Ayurveda College, Amritsar. And Dr. Bhanupuri, who will be joining us later, is her faculty, is from her college. Welcome, Dr. Meenakshi Arora. We have Dr. Pradeep Gupta, who's driving perhaps. Take care, Pradeep. Don't be distracted. I believe you are not driving. So take your time and we'll be waiting for you. Maybe if you have got some questions, then we have got Suraya, we have got Anita from Paris, then we have got Nisha, we have got Rashmi Khanna, Bipasha, Divangshi, so Lata, so anyone, or Jyotsna, Sophia, anyone who wants to maybe ask a question. The pattern is you might have to raise your hand. You have to raise your hand icon, and then our technical director, Mr. Nishit, will be having a signal to unmute you and to welcome your question. Wonderful, Dr. Rajan Patankar. And maybe we wait for maybe 30 more seconds if we have got some questions coming up, or we might be moving up to the next speaker for the day.
So Ish, before we move to next speaker, we have got time. While the next speaker is coming, she will be brought up to you. Let's discuss the basics of Ayurveda. We need to start from complete basics. So with Rajanji and yourself, daily basic practices of Ayurveda, simple daily practices that you can observe at home. Meanwhile, those who are fortunate enough to be in our Zoom gallery, if you need to pose a question or a comment, then raise your hand icon on the Zoom and we'll give you an opportunity. So Ish and Rajanji, let's discuss the basics of Ayurveda that you can practice at home. Over.
Definitely,
Thank you very
sir.
much. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Neil. And surely we can make the best of this time while we wait for Dr. Amrita or Dr. Nisha. If I simplify like last 30 years in one statement from Ayurveda? What is the crux of Ayurveda as per my understanding in today's contemporary world? My most important message will be not to overeat. This is the biggest mistake we are making. See, as we keep telling this every time, and we'll be repeating it, we don't hesitate, because many people might not be listening in first go. They might need a repetition to conceive the idea thoroughly. Why do we age? We age because of a very important mechanism called free radical damage. There are like 10 theories of aging, like theory of wear and tear, theory of metabolic rate, theory of body size, theory of your basic physiology. Then there are so many theories. Out of so many theories, theory of autoimmunity, there are multiple theories of aging. Why do we live? Why are we aged? Why are we old? Then we die. Why don't we live for like 200 years, 400 years? And there are theories of aging. And the most consistent theory of aging is the theory of free radical damage. And where do we get these free radicals from? Very interestingly, the most important source for free radicals is stress and overeating. The excessive food you are eating is converted, is metabolically processed. And whenever any metabolism takes place, whenever a factory runs, whenever your car runs, whenever this machine, human body is living and running, there is bound to be some pollution production. You run a factory, you end up making some finished goods from raw material, and you end up producing some pollution, something unwanted. You run your car, you end up throwing carbon monoxide and carbon into the environment. Every running unit is bound to produce some pollution, more or less. Now, free radicals is a cost we are paying, is a kind of micro pollution in the body, which is hugely responsible for free radical generation and ultimately leading to telomerase failure at chromosome number 1, very importantly. So Ayurveda has very clearly told a yogi or a divine person or a superhuman being, out of the world person, would be eating once a day. A worldly person like me, any average person, would be eating twice a day, and a patient would be eating thrice a day. Yogi, bhogi, rogi would be eating once, twice, and thrice a day. So maybe Dr. Rajan Patankarji, your valuable comments, please, if I could summarize my experience.
Yes. It's 100% true, because Agni, or the Brahmanda, as we call it, that is our stomach, is the leading way to all the diseases. Because we must take care of our Agni, and from that we can prevent so many kinds of diseases. Nowadays, so many new diseases are also coming up. So we can avoid them also, because eating should be as per the Agni. Because in our Ayurvedic text, the Agni of as per the Prakruti is very well mentioned or very well versed in our text. So we must do, or we must educate our patients how to eat, when to eat, in how much quantity. And in Ayurveda, everything is explained. By sitting on the floor is more beneficial of the eating way than on table. Then using these 5 fingers, that is the Prithvi, Jala, Tej, Vayu, Akash, that is most important. Because eating food by spoon, first we get the taste of stainless steel and then of the food. So by eating with these our 5 fingers, we can get the proper taste, and the digestion is also proper. So there are so many small things, but most important things were told as in Ayurveda and in our text. So definitely we will talk about those also in another webinars. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Rajanji. That was beautiful. Thank you, Rajanji. That was beautiful. Ish, that's beautiful. So always the basics of Ayurveda, which are very important in life, and we can move from there. What we will do now, Ish, let's go to Nisha Sharma in Punjab, who is ready, and then we'll go to Amrita when she comes on. So let's welcome Nisha, who is here, and if we can carry on with her subject, Ish, over to you.
Hi, welcome Nisha. Wonderful seeing you. And for your information, Nisha is my student, a very dear student to me, and has been an exceptional scholar, very very discreet, very clear with her thought process. She very well knew what to do, when to do. She went on to doing post-graduation in a Sastrata, that is preventive medicine. And very happy to see you, Nisha. Are you prepared to share your thoughts with us?
Yes,
Okay.
sir, sure.
Would you be using PowerPoint or you go ahead verbal? It's okay. It's a very casual discussion. No formality. Anytime, Nisha, you can rope in. Anytime you can request Dr. Rajan Patankar, who is from Mumbai, or me, or Dr. Pradeep, or anyone, and we all are there to discuss. It's not like your like a singular responsibility that you have to deliver a talk, and you are, so I know you are a wonderful orator. So enjoy your time, Nisha. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to share my screen with my PPT. Please wait for a while.
Okay. And meanwhile, if I can take this opportunity, Nisha has got a very special knack. She did her post-graduation upon a sports medicine through Ayurveda. She was working with the athletes who were very intensive trainers, and she was working with their injuries and all that. So very niche topic, a very important topic, sports medicine. So we will dedicate a special day sometime to Nisha to know more about sports medicine through Ayurveda.
So can I share my PPT with you? Can
Yes,
you show
Nisha,
it
it's
to
very clear on your
the-
instruction. Look, go to the green screen, share screen button and share your thing. You are actually taking up the screen with a picture at the moment. So maybe if you can stop and start again. You go to the taskbar of Zoom, it says share screen, select your presentation, and then share screen, the blue button, okay?
Okay, let me try it again.
Yeah, meanwhile, if you stop this, because it's a black screen with just a picture. So Ish, let's remind people that Nisha is here today. She wants to talk mainly food as per Prakriti. 1 second.
Yes, very important. See, food as per Prakriti will be Nisha's topic. She will take us to another level of this talk. Meanwhile, she is coming up with her PowerPoint. Now, this is a very, very important concept. Prakriti has been proven to be your body type is not a concept from the history. There were old times, 10,000 years back, they wrote something, your body type. The body type has been proven by multiple genomic studies. It has got a seeding, it has got a foundation in the genetic makeup of every human being. And this Prakriti type will form the future of predictive medicine. No pathy, no science in the world can boast of predictive medicine. That is, a child is born 1 day old, and we can tell when we are more mature into this, taking the blood sample, declaring the Prakriti for that kid, that neonate, okay, this child is expected to live up to the age of 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 or 100. We can guess. Then we can tell what will be this child best at. Will he be a very wise businessman? Will he be a creator? Will he be a poet? Will he be a sports person? Will he be a political person? Like tracking the traits from the genes, from the newborn kid's genes, we can predict what are the diseases this child will be having when he is like 20, 30, 40, 50 years old. This prediction cannot come from any science but Ayurveda. Once this genomic profiling of Prakriti is more established, till Nisha is giving me more time, I can take this opportunity to refer to you. If you Google Ayurgenomics, a study called Ayurgenomics, you will be fascinated to see how could they find very specific genetic markers, single nucleotide proteins, SNPs, which could link, which could ascertain you to be of a Pitta body type. So very, very powerful subject, and we have, unfortunately, we are not doing it.
Nisha, can you please, Nisha, can you stop screen share, please? Please stop the screen share. Okay, wait one moment. You got it on a portrait. You need to put it on a landscape if you can, or Nisha, are you able to go landscape? You are on a portrait. Nisha, can you hear me?
Nisha, you can rotate your phone. Yes.
Okay, Nisha. Nisha, we don't need screen share. Don't worry. Let's talk about food and Prakriti. Can you stop screen share, please? Because it's taking everything over. Maybe let me force you on a stop. Sorry about that to the viewers. Okay, Ish. So I've got one idea. What we can do, Ish, over here is first, let's remind people what Prakriti is. It's actually nature. And I think we should always eat seasonal fruits and vegetables, whichever country we are in. Let's bring in Nisha. Nisha, you don't have to share your PowerPoint. Let's talk about Prakriti and nature and Ayurveda. Okay, unmute yourself, Nisha. Over to you, Ish.
Yeah, Nisha, you can maybe you can keep reading your slides, and you don't have a lot of time because it's 15 minutes only. So Nisha, you can unmute and you can read through the salient features in your slides. Very basic, very simplistic, nothing too technical. And we both will be discussing with Rajanji, Pradeep, and whosoever wants to join. Yes, Nisha, please.
Nisha.
Yes, sir. Just 10 seconds more, sir.
Take your time. We are in no hurry. So that's
Okay,
what I was
Ish,
telling to you. Yes, Neil.
So
please,
Ish, we reminded people that, Prakriti, which is nature, basically, we should actually follow nature and nature's law when it comes to food, because in every season, whether it's summer, winter, nature has produced the correct food. Long way back, 2,000-3,000 years back, when there was no knowledge, people just ate what was available. Wasn't it correct, Ish?
Very correct. True.
Well, let's see if we can, Nisha, don't touch any of your screen now, and please carry on the knowledge you've got on nature and Ayurveda.
Okay, sir. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for asking me to share my knowledge and experience regarding food and as per our Prakriti, or the effect of food on our Prakriti, or what should be our food according to our Prakriti. So basically, I would like to start from the point that what food really is. Food actually is what something we eat or something which nurtures our body, which gives energy to the Prakriti in the form of doshas. If I'll talk about the basis of our body or ourself, dosh, 5 elements, and the 6 rasas, that is the 6 rasas of the food, they are interrelated. 5 elements makes the whole earth, and these elements together makes the 3 doshas, and these elements again come together to make things tastable to us. And when we talk about Prakriti, we know it as a nature of our body, nature which exists in the form of food, or the nature which is my quality, what I like internally as a spiritual being. whatever we eat has effect on our mind as well as on our body. So for Vata dosha, whatever we eat, if it will be with the rasas of Katu Tikth Kashai, then it will enhance the Vata dosha. So the basic trick to balance the Vata dosha is to eat opposite to the qualities which will be enhancing the Vata. So basic rule for the food is, what prakriti you have, you must eat opposite to it. If you are Vat Prakriti Purush, if you have Vatic body, then you must eat Madhur, Amla and Lavan. Same as with Pitta Prakriti and same as with Kaf Prakriti. The opposite is the gem. Opposite is the gem.
Nisha, you can use the English terms for the rasas like madhur, tikta, kashai, etc. You can use sweet, sour, pungent, etc. Because many people might not be knowing the Ayurveda terms.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
So basically, I'm talking that for Vat, if you are taking sweet, if you are taking sour, if you take that is salt, it will help you to pacify the Vat of your body. If we talk about Prakriti or the nature of your environment where you live, the Vat Pitta Kapha resembles the season like rain for the Vat and summers for the Pitta, and for Kapha we can say the winters. So if you are living in a rainy atmosphere like in a coastal areas, changing weathers, like these days we see a sudden change in climate, a different climate which was expected regularly. This Ritu Viparyay, the opposite of the season, again will cause disturbance and will enhance the Vata or disturbs the Vata. So when we talk about immunity or when we talk about food, to balance this Vata, to balance our immunity, enhance this immunity, we must be focused about what taste of food will help us to pacify all these disturbances, all this disturbed Vata, the vitiated Vata, imbalanced Vata. Then again, I'll focus madhur, sour, and the salt. Rich juices, food products will help you to balance that Vata. Why is it important? Because Vata have that energy which makes everything viable, vital, lively. It gives chaitanyata. Chaitanyata means life to other things. But it also have the energy to destroy everything within a second. It is like you have a storm, and when you control that storm or that wind, you can generate electricity with the help of windmill. Same way, if you will be able to control that Vata within your body, you will be able to control many diseases, prevent many diseases, reduce the aging effect within your body, and the tiredness or the mental disturbances within yourself. So this Vata plays very important role. Coming up to the next, that is the Pitta. Pitta itself signifies the fire energy, the summer season, like the summer season. When this fire energy enhances, it brings heat and the warmth. We need both. This is like cooking a food. If my gas flame will not be on proper temperature, my food will not be cooked properly. And uncooked food itself will cause trouble to me. If my pitta in the body will not be in a proper constitution, it will be causing indigestion or other related problem or delayed digestion or no digestion. For this pitta, I must eat, to enhance this pitta, I must eat sour, salt, and the katu, that is the pungent. Then, and if I want to balance this pitta, I must eat the madhur and the astringent and the tiktarasa. So tiktaras मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा English में.
Yeah, it's bitter. Yeah.
Bitter, bitter,
Sweet bitter. Correct.
bitter. So for this is the crux for your summer season as well. When you are living near the equator or you have a summer season around you, make sure you don't eat the things which are spicy. Like if you are trying to have lemonade, don't add excessive of spice to it. Let it remain salty, let it remain madhur, that is sweet, let it remain sour, that is amla. This is the beauty. What you see is not exactly the way it is going to act inside you. It will change, and that is called pak, that is the digestion. Everything in this world with the baseline is madhur. Everything is sweet. God has created everything sweet, starting from the jal, that is the water. If I am Pitta Prakriti Purush, I am expected to have that water with the sweet or the salt or the bitter taste. Opposite to these three tastes will help me in enhancing that Pitta. Here the crux again is the Prakriti of my body must be balanced by me, must be maintained by me. It should not hamper me. My Prakriti is my power as well as my weakness. Being sweet is my power as well as my weakness. Same is with Pitta. If it will be enhanced, then the required amount, it will cause me 40 types of diseases, starting from the sensation of heat, burn, pains, and others, so on. Coming up to the kapha. If I feel I am of kapha constitution, my nature is kaphaj, I am expected not to take madhur, sour, sweet, sour, or salt. Opposite than this will help me in balancing the nature of my body. Same is with the season concept. When I'm in winters, I want my body to have more energy. I want to balance my kapha, then I'll be eating the opposite one. Or if I want to enhance my strength, then I'll be eating madhur, sour, or salt. The basic nature of the food is to give us energy. And how can we get that energy? Is by balancing the nature, the prakriti of my body. Next, one beautiful, very short and sweet line, a phrase from a Sanskrit is Yatra Brahmande Tatra Pindite. The things which are in this Brahmand, in this galaxy, on this earth, are everything there inside me. So whatever the energy that substance is having in this galaxy, that energy, that substance will be transferring it to me the way I'll consume it. I'll touch it, I'll eat it, I'll stay with it by anyhow. So I have to maintain or balance my body energy with the opposite thing. This is very beautiful. That is why we say that opposite attracts. It is not about attraction, it is about the necessity, requirement, and that feeling good effect on your health and the existence, which makes us more lively and more enthusiastic to live our life. Next point I would like to share is very basic thing. We don't need many things to eat. Like Sir Ish Sharma sir said, don't eat a lot. We don't need a lot things. We just need simple things. We need them in simple doses so that they can give us magical effect. It is always a concept that a good Vedya never shares her or his secrets with the common people. They always keep some secret. So secret is that there is no secret. If I'll get this, I'll be knowing all the secrets. Same way, if I want to balance the prakriti of my body, I must know that secret lies in water, secret lies in milk, secret lies in lemon. If I want to balance the vat, I must be handy with the moistures or the bringhaniya or the strength giving things like tel. If I want to pacify my pith, that strength giving thing should not be very much heat generating, must be simple pacifier of my pith. The best is grit, that is ghee or the clarified butter. Then for kapha, if I want to balance it, simplest of simplest is honey. The trick is I must know the dose and the route of administration. If I'll be using it locally, applying it in my nose, or doing the gandoosh, the oral filling thing with it, or the whole oil application of my body, that is with abhyanga. Abhyanga for Vat Prakriti Purush. Vat Prakriti Purush, Vat Prakriti human being, is very sensitive emotionally as well as physically. In one chapter, it is very clearly explained that Vata Prakriti will have 80 types of diseases. 80 types of the maximum number of diseases. And those 80 type of diseases can be managed if I can manage my Prakriti. And Prakriti can be managed by food, by my lifestyle, and by my nature, by even thinking, Vat Prakriti, it is said for Vat Prakriti that Vat Prakriti must not worry a lot. And it is in its nature, Vat Prakriti have nature to worry a lot. So every time we have to console that Vat Prakriti Purush, that don't worry at all. Don't try to worry at all. Next comes to the Pith Prakriti. Pith Prakriti Purush says, like, if it is a Pith Prakriti Purush, then for that Pith Prakriti Purush, that heat, that energy which is inside him needs a constant pacifier. Pacifier in the forms of drinks like amla. Amla means gooseberry syrup, or milk, or medicines like sariva, or if you want to pacify that milk, don't get exposed to too much of sun. Too much of sun will drag your energy. Then it comes with the kapha.
Thank you, Nisha. That was wonderful so far. I think it was very useful. What we will do next time, we'll bring in more presentations for you. Everything is beautiful. Ish, what do you think of it so far? And we are ready to go back to India with Amrita Sharma, who is also ready for her presentation.
Yeah, wonderful, Nisha. Very well done. And we could have been more fortunate to see your screens. But anyway, better luck to us for the next time. And you surely can add one very crucial point to this, because many people are not from Ayurveda on this platform. So telling about Prakriti, before we tell, what food you should eat as per your Prakriti, we can give very simple 5 basic tips, If you are like, you are underweight, your sleep is disturbed, your digestion is irregular, then you are Vata, then you are Pitta. With these very basic 5 5 traits, 5 kinds of observations, so then people can connect. Okay, after listening to Nisha, I can see for the first time, okay, I'm Vata or Pitta, or I'm a combination of 2 or 3. Then your message will be a real take-home message. Okay, from Nisha, I came to know I'm Vata, and this is my food type. And people, will you believe, they are listening to you across more than 8 social media platforms, maybe Twitter or Telegram or Facebook or where not. And we are having questions pouring in from all over the world. They sometimes listen to us so carefully. The whole program is being recorded. It can be shared with you. So this is a real responsible platform, and you are very, very helpful, Nisha. Wonderful listening to you. And next time we will ensure that you can share your screen. Maybe a comment from Rajanji, and if we don't have any question, then we can move on to Dr. Amrita Sharma. Rajan sir, please.
Very well explained by her. But as you said, if the screen was shared, that is more convenient to communicate with people, because the presentation nowadays is also utmost important by only giving a speech. So very well presented, or very well discussed, and very well good observation by her. So thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank
Maybe,
you so much.
yeah, thank you, Nisha. Do we have some more questions coming up? You can type and post, or you can request for an unmute. That can also be done.
Ish, let's move on to
Okay.
Dr. Amrita Sharma. She's got a presentation, and then maybe we'll have the comments and questions from people. Over to you,
Wonderful.
Ish and Dr. Amrita.
Yes, yes. Hi. Welcome, Dr. Amrita Sharma.
Thank
Wonderful
you, sir.
seeing you again on this platform.
Thank you, sir.
And over to you. Unfortunately, this time we have got like a smaller time frame for each speaker, like maybe 15 minutes at the most. So you can take care of your time slot, and then we'll be opening your
Sure.
topic up for the questions from across the platform. Yes, Dr. Amrita, please.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon to all of you, all the listeners who are listening to me globally over here. My today's presentation is on the bountiful beauties of Ayurveda. I'll be sharing it with you, and we'll be taking you back to ages long, years back, sculptures, as well as the histories that talks about trees and the maidens hidden behind. So have a look. Thank you. My screen is visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Yes,
Okay,
visible.
Thank you, sir. I'll be talking about the beauties of Ayurveda. Ayurveda has a realm of knowledge which talks about so many things in life, but this small aspect came to my mind when I was going through some of the articles, and I came to know about the wonderful histories that people have noted and written in life. And these histories are not only recorded in India, but have been a part of many mythologies and cultures of many countries globally. So
if you make it a full screen, it's more better.
so okay, yes, sir. Fine.
Yes.
Okay,
fine.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right. So we have the Greek mythology, as well as many other mythologies, and this image is of flora, and there are a lot of oil canvases done by John Everest, which is still present in the museums of England, and it depicts these ladies, especially the flora, who is the goddess of apple tree, being bestowing her wisdom as well as bliss of magic to the world through this. We have a Greek philosophy in which we have the ancient mythology of the tree of life, which is being sacred for the people over there. It's a forbidden fruit, is being attached and is related to the humans exiled from Eden. And the ancient Egypt consider it to be very sacred. And from that, loads of other things which are related with the ancient female sky deities who come fascinating the world and come as a passage of soul into the afterlife are the hidden records. Now, moving from here to Ayurveda and the ancient flora, Ayurveda traces how healing plants have transformed our history. They are not only the earliest forms of medicine, but their pursuits have created channels of trade and plundered explorations and empires. And as a bedrock of the modern pharmaceutical industry, the transformation of the plants have sometimes overthrown the millennia of indigenous medical wisdom. And so that traces of history from the China Silk Route to the modern pharmaceutical industry have traveled a long way. Let me take you back to that history and discover certain things which are very much important but interesting. These are the ancient scriptures, which are the sculptures which are shown in many of the museums in India, as well as the temple carvings, which are found in different stupas at different stages of life, which are depicting, and they are depicting ladies which were considered to be fairies, whose names were Shalabhanjikas. Shalabhanjika word means a maiden or a fairy with whose bliss the trees used to get flowers and fruits, and then they used to bestow progeny in the life of people. So the curvature or the architect actually of these trees basically is very similar to many of the floras which are found to be a great medicinal value in Ayurvedic treaties. So this is showing the flowers of Ashoka, and this Ashoka, the word as such means, which is a very popular medicine and the name in Ayurveda, which shows no grief, and it is believed to be a medicine which is elevating the pains and for reproductive health, and therefore many treatises and compendiums have written a lot about Ashoka. It's a common medicine which is used for uterine and endometrial disorders. Next, taking to you is about Mesoaphera, which is a Ceylon ironwood plant, and you can see the sculpture showing the tree whose flowers are morphologically very similar to the depiction of the picture that I have shown you, and it's also called as cobra saffron, and it is a native of Indo-Malayan realm and is a slow-growing tree, which is a very hard timber, and it has got huge medicinal properties because it is called as Nagkesara and is used in many medical concoctions for skin disorders, for rashes. It's a powerful expectorant, and its bark is also used during the childbirth to heal anemias as well as healing ulcers. Talking further, this plant, whose leaves are very similar to one of the plants called as Vanda coriula, and this plant basically is an orchid. It's an orchid, and the flowers are arranged, and the arrangement of the leaves are particularly very similar to the carvings that you can see over there. It is used as vanilla essence in today's time, and it's used widely in perfumery industry for aromatherapies, and it has a huge medicinal value for the lung, kidney disorders, as well as its bulb is largely used for female childbirth. Next plant, as you can see, is very similar to the custard apple, which is called as Annona reticulata in botanical name. And this plant is called as ramphal. As you can see the image of the female who is holding up the tree with the fruits already bare in. And these fruits of ramphal are yummy, but as well as are used in wide treatments for fever, diarrhea, dysentery, infections, wound healing properties, cardiovascular disorders. It's rich in vitamin C and reduces cholesterol as well. The next tree is again with the maiden, which is holding up a tree, and you can see the jambu. It's a jambu phala tree, which is called as jamun and Syzygium cumini, and it is a rich source of vitamin C, carbohydrates, proteins, iron, and phytochemicals, which are helpful in flushing out toxins from the kidney, and is used as a diuretic. It's used in the medicine of diabetes, very widely and commonly used in Ayurveda. This is a very interesting depiction which was found. There's a jambu tree, which you can see. There's a lingam below, which you can see. And there is a Prithvi Devi. It is believed that this goddess, whose name is Akilindeshwari, this goddess is a form of Parvati, and she is praying to bestow her prayers for the Shiva, and Shiva in turn will give her the knowledge and wisdom about eternity of life. And therefore there is still a temple in South India that is devoted to goddess Akilindeshwari in the south. This is again the depiction of that, and there's a very interesting story about it. I won't be going in detail because as the time is less, but this story, still now people believe that the priest comes over there, whosoever is praying is in the form of that Parvati, Adi Shakti, who comes and prays and offers to the lingam so that the lingam can bestow his blessings to her. Next, I'm talking about the Buddhist religion. In Buddhism, the sal tree, and in Ayurveda is also very common, but you must be knowing how Gautam Buddha got birth. And it is believed that Queen Maya, who is holding the sal tree over here, gave birth to Gautam Buddha Siddhartha. This tree is called as the house of tribal goddesses and has variety of holy trees among them, which is rich in many medicinal plants for diarrhea, dysentery, as it has an astringent property. And you can very well see the flowers as well as the morphology of the trees, purely very similar to what has been depicted in the images. The next tree is called as Kadamba, which is very famous in Ayurveda. And this tree, as you can see, the morphology of the sculptures which are shown on the scone carving are very similar to the one which I have shown you as a picture. And this is called as a burrflower tree. It is having very good properties for anti-cancerous, for cardiovascular diseases, for liver disorders. And therefore, it is widely used and was used at that time. And you can see the people sitting and praying to the Kadamba tree. This is Albizia lebec, which is called as Shirish. It has got very beautiful flowers, and Albizia lebec basically has got many properties of Ayurveda, where it is used for eye, urinary problem, anorectal problem, inflammatory issues, as well as Shirisha itself has got tremendous properties. And this tree is related to a tree where a Nagadev, one of the king of Naga, is praying to Lord Shiva to bestow his blessings, and for that the other people are accompanying him to take the blessings by the Shiva, which is related to this tree. This is a Belva tree, which is very common in India. We pray to this tree and we offer this tree's leaves on the Shiva Lingam when we have Shivaratri. And it's called as a golden apple or Japanese bitter orange or stone apple as well, because its fruit is quite hard. You must have taken the juice of it. Its juice is very coolant and it's as a very good summer drink is being taken. But here you can see a saint who is praying to Lord Shiva is taking up the 3 trifoliate leaves of Bilva to offer to Shiva, because it is one of the favorite trees of Shiva. It depicts the 3 eyes, it depicts the Trishula of Shiva, as well as the 3 energies that Shiva holds. My next tree is Saccharum officinae, which is called as Ikshu in Ayurveda. And this image is of Rati, who is the wife of Kamadeva. Kamadeva, the god of love, is carrying up the sugarcane stick, which has got nodes and internodes in the same way carved as is depicted in the image. And Ikshu is one of those things which are still used as aphrodisiac. It's used for increasing the libido, for increasing the sperm count, for fatigue. It is a very good thirst quencher. It is used for ulcers, anemias because of its cooling properties. Now, next is a Sphadokia campanulata, whose flowers are very similar to this, and it is used as a tulip tree, as has got many anti-hyperglycemic properties, anti-malarial properties. Moving last is a cycas, whose world counting of the carvings are shown in the picture, and it's called as Hintala, which is a very good medicine for arthritis and muscle pains. So here were the depictions of all these images and sculptures that still now are used as medicine and have traveled a long way back from the history of Ayurveda, talking from the roads of ancient times to the present pharmaceutical industries. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Wonderful, Dr. Amrita. That was really very insightful and very fresh for all of us. That could have been a real hard work for you to gather all such information and all such correlation, which we never heard of. And because you are an expert in Dravya Guna, so none other than you could really justify this this unique treasure. And really, I will be requesting you for another another longer session where you can take us to more of such a scripture, where, because this was the way to teach. There was no internet, even there was no paper, there was no pen. All the teachings were like verbal. All the information was passed on in verbal dialogue, and then such sculpture, such paintings were another way to preserve the information, and that is what you rightly have put across. So any questions that we can take for Dr. Amrita upon this regarding these trees or their medicinal values, anything you want to ask? Maybe meanwhile, Dr. Rajan Patankar can add some value to this while we wait for some questions.
So thank you, Ish. Ish, thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Amrita Sharma from India.
Thank you, sir.
I think it was a very interesting presentation insofar as that it was associating with plants, fruits, flowers. So we as a human being, we are beautiful inside, we are beautiful outside. The external beauty is reflected on our face, our eyes, which people notices first. So Dr. Amrita, what are the 3 tips you can give us for our face or our eyes? Because you know skin as well and you know eyes. For the audience, what would you suggest, whether it's fruits or flowers or oils? What are 3 most beautiful ones for the skin?
From the presentation that I have shown, or just like that, sir?
You can go general now. We are open session, so you can include both.
All right. One is there taking care of the skin. You can use herbs, but herbs should be used after their the product analysis, mean to say, go for limited products that you are using. And when I was presenting in this, there is one of the very beautiful flower, which is called as Spathodia campanulata, and I found a very interesting research on that. Its flowers are used as a sunscreen because its flower has got a lot of flavonoids and phytochemicals which protect the plant from the hot screens of the sun, the rays of the sun, and therefore you must see what all products are beneficial. Using cooling things for the skin is good because skin in Ayurveda is a resemblance of with the pitta element, which is predominant at different times and different times of life. Therefore, using milk as a cleanser, herbal stuffs in form of honey, in the form of amla, in the form of aloe veras, in the form of rose water. Then you can also use hydrated waters with other fresh fruits, which are raspberries, strawberries, and other berries, because more the hydration and more the oilation will restore the skin's optimum balance of nourishment. Secondly, cleaning the skin properly is very important. Make sure you wash your face morning and evening with a light, not a soap, but a face wash or a face mask, which is healthy. For eyes, I would recommend please wash your eyes quite at times a day, because when we use laptops and gadgets, we are focusing a lot, due to which there are many problems related with dry eye syndrome, which is very common after COVID. And washing your eyes with clean water, which is not chlorinated, drinking water is very important. Using trifla in that way, and trifla wash with your eyes is also very good. Rose water for your eyes is also very beneficial. Thank you.
So I liked the moment when you came about eyes. Eyes are very important to us because it's through that we perceive the beauty of the world. And at the moment, people are watching smart TV, smartphone, smart computers. So many rays are eating the eyes, and eyes are getting dry and everything. So Ish, you and Amrita, let's discuss how we can protect our eyes Ayurveda way, because again, that's beautiful. Second thing, Dr. Amrita, you mentioned sunlight and a flower that you mentioned. So two topics at the moment. Let's zoom into it. How we can maintain our eyes Ayurveda style in the current day and age, because we are very technology based, and also sunscreen is used all over the world. So what is the Ayurveda way? So two topics, over to you. And I also bring Rajan Bhai over here.
Okay. Yeah, very well put across, Dr. Amrita. And as campanulata coming from Africa, it has to be a very strong, like sunscreening agent, you know, otherwise sun would kill it.
Exactly.
So like having evolved in African top sun, surely we can take the benefit, and we can take those properties and use them as sunscreen, as very wonderfully put up by you. When it comes to eyes, as like you both noticed, Neil and Dr. Amrita, that overuse of anything is bad. So when we are overly involved, when we are at a fixed gaze distance with our mobile phone or television, and when we are excessively using our eyes, then surely these would give in. There will be wear and tear, and there will be tiredness and muscles being at one very fixed angle, and which we are never changing. So surely we have to have some like off-screen time. We have to be really like insightful, vigilant. Okay, how much time are we spending with our gadgets, especially mobile phone, because you are carrying it 24/7. So this is where you have to have some time when you are away from your phone. And when it comes to eye care, then surely like face wash, as rightly told by Dr. Amrita, is very important to keep your face and keep your hands clean. Ayurveda has told like walking barefoot on grass is also beneficial to eyes, because it has been told that there are, of course, the whole body is one unit. It is very well interconnected. But there is a special reference that there are two vessels which go from your soles of your feet to your eyes and nourish your eyes directly. So walking bare-footed over grass, and this could more be relevant in tropical countries like India, subtropical countries like India, or might not be very logical when you are on in a temperate climate, or there is snow outside and then you are walking barefooted. That is just not imaginable. So you have to be like very logical. You have to strike a right balance, because this medical science or healthcare is not mathematics like 2 + 2 4, you know. So that is where you have to take into account, you have to factor in what is the climate, what is your geography, what is your what is your body type, what is your nature, what are your diseases. So many factors have to be accounted for, then only we can reach to a right individual conclusion. So surely what take home can be, we have to minimize the usage of this god gift, what we call eyes. We should not be overusing them. Dr. Rajan Patankar sir, and maybe if followed by Dr. Amrita, she raised her hand. You can unmute, sir.
Fine, fine. Yes, yes. Very, very well presented by Amrita ji. But still, Ati Sarvatra Varjaya. That is the tagline of our Ayurveda. But as you said, sorry, it's a fact, because in big cities, now grass is very less and cement is very more. So that's why to find the grass is also very difficult nowadays in big cities like Mumbai or Pune or everywhere. So in my opinion, by putting the milk or the milk cotton dipped in the milk, putting on your eyes is also beneficial. I advise my clients to put a 1 drop of castor oil at bedtime over your eyelids. That is also beneficial. And in my clinic, when a student came to me, I told him to be precise about using all those gadgets. You should use the gadgets or the laptop or mobile minimum to 3 to 4 hours in a day, and divide it and then use it. That is also beneficial, because awareness is also very much need of the hour. So over to Amrita ji.
Great. Thank you, sir. Yes, Amrita.
Yes, sir. Very rightly said. And I would like to add on this that the feet is considered to be the basis of a lot of things in many therapies, whether you see the Chinese therapies as well as the Qigongs, otherwise, or the other Egyptian or Greek therapies. So foot has been one of the very basic things which should be touched. And in Ayurveda, Padabhyang is one of the very key things. So Padabhyang can also be very good for, like beneficial for eyes and eye ailments, and especially abhyangam with the butter actually is been recommended, because butter is cooling in nature, and eyes are the site of point of pitta, and so cooling substances are required for the eyes. The more eyes would be cool, the better they will be having their the bios like energy with them, or the atmosphere in which the aqueous and the vitreous humor stays, or the retina. These days I commonly see people have a lot of retinal detachment problems due to diabetes or other kind of retinal issues or macular issues, which come up due to one way or the other. And so using even Akshitarpan is one of the very good ways where people can be taught in a useful way which kind of grits should you use and how you can go for it. After COVID, I also found that a lot of people started doing oil pulling, and oil pulling is one of the techniques where you use oil and you drink the oil and then you put it in your mouth and you gargle it. But basically by doing it, it is not only working on your helping your tooth or your oral hygiene, but it is also working on your cheek and your face muscles. So the musculature of the face, which will be worked up with when you say the layers of the skin, they get better, and because of that also that can be very helpful for an individual if people adopt these kind of methods for doing it daily.
Amrita, we have got a question here from Kushal from Leicester. He's part of our Ayurveda team.
Yes,
and he's
sir.
saying, what about kajal in the eyes? Should kajal be used? Is kajal scientifically proven, or is it safe?
Okay. The use of kajal is not from today. It has been used from the very old years back. And it reminds me of my mother using the kajal by the almond which she burned, and even I did to my kids. And using the coryllium or the kajal was considered to be enhancing for giving you a better eyesight and vision. And therefore, from the childhood, kids are put kajal. And so basically the anjan therapy we have in Ayurveda specifically, where we make many medicated herb anjans, which is called as kajal, to be put in eyes, which is not only giving you a good outlook about yourself, but it's also enhancing the vision. And the use of those almonds, where the burning of the almond is done on the flame, and the soot of that, is collected on the paper, and then it is being preserved, and a little bit is being applied to the eyes every day. There had been many other herbs that were being used by people at the ancient time, which were enhancers to help the eyes get its benefit in many forms. People don't realize, but eyes are very sensitive, and if you lose them, you virtually lose your life. And therefore, eye must be taken care of, or while using kajal, make sure that the product is being time tested, make sure it is pharmaceutically safe. Don't go for any of the herbal stuffs that talk to you. They will be removing your dark circles, or they will be enhancing your vision, or the glitters will be added to your eyes. Everybody's eyes are very special and beautiful, and they should be made naturally beautiful. So kajal, I recommend people to use kajal, not very often. You make sure you remove them before you sleep, because it should be chemical free. In case of any chemicals, it will create issues. And while using the kajal, again, there is an art of putting a kajal, and there are a lot of other proper ways where you can protect the sclera and the cornea of the eyes, and still use it on the eyes. Make sure you use safe techniques, proper methods, because you get pens, you get brushes, you get a lot of things to put kajal, and which one suits you the best. And there should be no burning. If there is any reason that is burning in your eyes, that is a clear indicator that it's not healthy for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Amrita. That was very well explained. And Kushalji from Leicester, I'm sure you're happy with that. Dr. Mohit Sandhu, who is going to be our next guest, who is going to speak, he has said, for an instant relief for the eyes, Vidkarma is also very effective. What are your comments, Rajanji?
Yes, it's effective, definitely effective, but should be done under a proper Vaidya like Mohit. So Vidkarma is definitely effective in all type of diseases. Because in our Maharashtra, as the Vaidya Parampara, Dr. Vaidya Gokte, R.B. Gokte, has treated so many patients only by Vidyakarma. Because yes, it's a good technique, but must be learned properly and must be executed also properly.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajanji. So let's remind the viewers, whenever you want to practice or make a use of Ayurvedic products, do take advice, because it is wise to take advice. And we will ask Mohit about the eyes when it comes, because he's the next speaker. So let's take home, Ish. Let's take few things at home. What we've all discussed is, let us make the limited use of the smartphone, smart TV, smart laptop, smart iPad. If we can try to restrict that, maybe in every 24 hours, about 4 hours, then we have got a reasonable chance of living till 80, 90 without having eye disease, maybe. The second thing, from what Amrita says, keeping them wet could be more useful rather than dry. So keep your eyes moist. Now, moist doesn't mean you throw and splash water. You need to make sure biologically that they are actually maintained correctly. So we need to take home points before we go to Mohit. Amrita, you have the last say, and then we'll move on to Mohit.
Thank you. I just forgot to say, I want to add to Neil ji actually. Whenever you blink your eyes, you are actually giving it moisture, because when you blink your eyes, the lacrimal glands which is in your eye is releasing one tear which is giving you a natural moisture. So make sure you blink your eyes while you are staring at things, when you like to watch TV or anything. Whenever we love something, we mostly stare and our eyes don't blink at all. Make
And
sure
further
you
to
purposely
that,
blink.
and further to
Thank
that,
you.
Amrita, I will say, whenever you got an opportunity, look up as far as you can, go in the field, sit on the
Yeah.
bench and look up the yonders. Let your eyes be at a natural resting distance. Then you will also heal that. So I love it. Blink as much as you like. You will keep it moist and wet. Don't let it dry. If it's very dry unnecessarily, go and see a physician or your Ayurveda expert and eat good foods. I still recommend carrots are very good. So do eat them. It will be beautiful. Amrita, what a wonderful session. Please hang around because we now need you as a panelist. Ish, over to you. And it's Mohit's turn now before we go to Dr. Pardeep later.
Okay, maybe we can ask Dr. Pradeep if he is available. He was driving. And if he's still not available, then we can go ahead with.
Ish, Dr. Pradeep will join after Mohit, so he can be at
Okay.
a static place. Over to you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Amrita, once again. And we expect Pradeep will be at his destination maybe in another half an hour. And we have got Mohit Monga and we have got Mohit Sandhu. So maybe we can start with you, Mohit Sandhu, if Dr. Mohit Monga permits us. So maybe
if you permit, only one point to be added. In
Yes,
my
sir.
opinion, Amrita ji is still using kajal, because I can see it. Okay. Yes, fine. Okay, thank you.
Wonderful observation, sir. And maybe because we have got Dr. Mohit Monga waiting with a very important topic, we take off with Dr. Mohit Sandhu to begin with. And Dr. Mohit Sandhu, welcome back. And you have been phenomenal. You were very precise with your two talks which you delivered over the last 2 weeks. And I will be requesting you to be using more and more generic terms, English terms, and not to motivate them for do it yourself kind of vidya. You know, they have to come to you, or they cannot be practicing at their own, which should be coming from you very repeatedly, not to practice it yourself. Over to you, Dr. Mohit Sandhu.
Got it, sir. Sir, can I present my presentation, sir? Can I share?
You've been informed. You've been informed already. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. Okay. So, hello everyone. Namaskar and happy Jai Dharmantri, Jai Ayurveda to all. From previous lectures, I used to lecture on pain management. Or more, I want to go deep on pain management. How we can solve the neck pain. Today, I will talk about the neck pain and the shoulder pain, and what is the etiology of the shoulder pain, and how we can proceed for the actual treatment of chronic pain. So let me share my presentation of a very small presentation of 15 minutes. Wait a second. Okay, hope everyone can see my.
No, Dr. Mohit, it's a very small phone screen with a very small. Have you got a proper place where you can show it landscape, please?
Wait a second. Right now, sir, you can?
This is better now. Carry on.
Okay,
Yes, better,
okay, sir.
better.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So today I will talk about management of cervical spondylosis and myalgia with bilateral trapezius myalgia with Agnikaram. So this is a very big topic, and in short, it can be defined as neck pain and shoulder pain, and how Ayurveda basically manage these type of chronic, not acute, not just acute, but also chronic pain with Agnikaram. So I will define some procedures here how Agnikaram with needle can treat these type of chronic pain very easily without steroids, without antibiotics, and without painkillers. So talking about cervical spondylosis, see, cervical spondylosis and myalgia is a differentiate proper form of Vata. Vata give the differentiation between the pains, whether it is Toda, whether it is Vedana, or any type of pain of muscular origin. Here we will talk about the pain of asthi or bone origin and the muscular origin. So cervical spondylosis, all know that is a general term for age-related wear and tear. But in the youth, it also occurs nowadays. The spinal disc in your neck, as the disc dehydrate and shrink, signs of osteoarthritis arm bataja develops, including bony projections along the edge of the bones. As all know that there are tears and wears of the bone which can cause spondylosis very easily. But talking about myalgia, cervical myalgia is the pain in the neck and shoulder that varies in intensity, and there is no tear or wear in the cervical vertebra, or you can feel pain or ache like electric shocks from the neck to the arm, and it is a very common patient in India and all over the world too. So next, through image, you can see that how spondylosis and myalgia differentiate. Spondylosis defines from the bony projections. Bony projections differs from the bony spurs, and it decompresses the fluid between the vertebrae, and it decompresses the nerve. Hence, it gives the pain. Hence, it gives the bathage pain. Okay, so in the lower picture, you can see there is a very severe pain from the neck to the shoulder to the hands. So very important to understand both of these things. So what is the etiology? Wear and tear. Injury can also occur. Stress. Mithya ahar vihar, very important. Ahar vihar means the food which patient is taking, or the type of living or dincharya or ratricharya the patient is, stagnant lifestyle. Prolonged sitting, very important etiology. There is a prolonged sitting position with less neck movement. So many office workers, they used to do office work, prolonged sitting, and there is no such movement along the day. So it can cause a cervical myalgia and cervical spondylosis very easily. Obesity, excessive physical activity, or by excessive yoga or excessive physical activity, or without yoga trainer or Ayurvedic physician, you carry on your physical activity, it can give cervical pain and cervical spondylosis in the gift. So let's talk about some images. See, in the first image, you can see the mithya ahar vihar, the very stagnant lifestyle, right? And the prolonged sitting in the offices. So what are the symptoms? Basically, radiating pain and numbness in both arms, pain during neck movement, feeling like radiating, feel like current, like an electric current, like a shock, and stiffness, hump-like formation. So it is very important to see that in so many patients, I used to see a hump-like, camel hump-like formation on the neck, and so many swelling and so much stiffness on the neck. So it shows the small symptoms of cervical myalgia. Second, you can see in the images how cervical radiculopathy and symptom of cervical spondylosis occurs from neck to shoulder to the arms. Let's talk about the physical examination. These are some physical examination in which through motion test, by showing some images, you can understand that how a physician or Ayurvedic physician can examine a pain or neck pain through examining the neck by moving left or right. So very importantly, I will talk about, there are two such examination of cervical spondylosis. One is radiological examination. Second is physical examination. So I will talk that physical examination only possible in cervical myalgia. There is no such need of MRI and X-rays, and a general patient should know, or a general person should know, that if he or she wants to go for MRI or for physical examination through or Ayurvedic physician or any modern physician. So you can see the radiological examination shows the osteophytes formations, disc space narrowing, uncovered level of cervical deformity. cervical deformity, or, and very important, MRM can also be diagnosed on radiological parameters. I will show you how. You can see some images in the radiological. See, there are narrow the space or bones per increases, ossified increases, and you can see the cricatica marm. There are only 4 marm are very important present in the neck region: cricatica marm and ans marm. See, you can see the red structure, that cricatica marma is present over there, and you can see the whitish matter on along laterally the cervical spine, and you can see that marma in cases of cervical spondylosis and cervical myalgia like pains. And anatomical approach, very important. I want to describe very deeply about marma, that marma defines not the treatment through marma. There is no such definition of marma, treatment of marma in every Samhita, but there is treatment and surgical approach according to marma through marma. So I will tell you what structures, what muscular structures present near the marma. You can see, as already I told, that marma is the collaborations or the meeting point of bone, ligament, arteries, veins, all the important structure on one line on junction. So every possible point of artery, vein, ligament, and bone co-join on a one point. That one point called marma. And very important shlok, as Shushruta told, that marma prana asti, that marm consists of life. It consists of life. So if puncture through marma happened, or injury through marma happened, death will occur or profuse bleeding will occur. But I will tell you what muscular structure present around the cricatica marma. There are so many muscular structures that give an example: longus coli or splena musculars, rectus capitatus. Through the images, I will tell you. See, according to the marma and according to the excision, as Shushruta told, that decomposing with the decomposition of body, Shushruta defined every layer of human body according to the marma. You can see in the spinal spondylosis, in the cervical spondylosis and cervical myalgia, cricatic marm and ans marm towards the shoulder present. And you can see the marma, that the first marma is the muscular trapezius muscle, levator scapulae muscle, sclera medius muscle, sclera posterior muscle, and the deepest muscle is sclera anterior. So very fascinating that Shushruta explained these marma according to the muscular structure and the nerves. As all know that kala, the mas dhara, after mas dhara, there are 8 type of kala. In those kalas, nerves runs in between the muscles, in between the arteries and ligaments. So very important to understand these type of muscles, and these type of muscles constitute of bathic pain. Only bathic pain you can find in these type of muscle. But how Agni Karma goes deep and deep inside in the stiffness of muscle and treat it, I will show you. Ayurvedic management. So what are the Ayurvedic management? Agni Karma, as Acharya Shushrut told, that Agni Karma should be done in the presence of very severe pain in the skin, muscle, vein, ligament, joint, and bones. This is my favorite shlok, and on this shlok I used to do Agni Karma with needles. So it is an aggravation of bath. Basically, pain, stiffness, and myalgia is the aggravation of bata. Is the aggravation of, so it's very normal and it's very easy that increase in bata properties will give you pain, stiffness, myalgia, and numbness in the gift. Agni Karma is a non-invasive Ayurvedic parasurgical approach in which a planned heat given through shalaka or Suksham Chalaka. Suksham Chalaka is defined by Veshajya Ratnavali during when some Aushadhis can be given through Suchi Vedaka, through Suksham Chalaka, through needles. So needles are properly defined by Veshajya Ratnavali 5,000 years back ago. In the pain reason, according to the anatomical marm, Agni Karma with needles. Why Agni Karma with needle is safest? Because we Ayurvedic surgeons can use the Agni Karma with needles in diabetic or hypertensive or complicated patients. As Agnikaram with Shalaka can put a point or Ati Dagd on the patient. It can burn the patient on a high grade in diabetic and in hypertensive patients. And as Ayurvedic Samhita told that Shalaka should be heat. Very, very fascinating. See how Sushruta told that Shalaka should be heat, red hot one. On the modern sciences or on the modern basics of parameters, 525 degrees centigrade or 977 degree Fahrenheit heat should be given through the needle. That's why muscle will collapse and regret, and it will decompress the nerve. Hence, it can balance the bata, and hence it release the pain or it relieves the pain. I usually use 24 number gauge needle, commonly in Agnikaram procedure, and I used to go 4.6 millimeter must be insertion of the needle for the muscle. I will show you. This is my favorite shloka, as all Ayurvedic physicians know that Tvak Ma Sira Sanayu Asti Sandhi. Thermal cautery should be done in the presence of very severe pain, skin, muscle, vein, and Shushrut. Acharya Shushrut explained this very beautifully for managing the pain. This is the needle I use to treat my pain patient, acute or chronic, on the IPD and OPD basis. These are some instruments I used to do. I will tell you how I use these type. Pre-operative will be done. Injection TT I will given because to avoid the injection. According to the marma, I used to insert the needle 2.5 centimeters of the radius from the marma, because marma prana asti. This is my patient. She is Daksh, and she came from England directly to me for her pain management, and she achieved complaint of cervical hump, camel hump, and severe pain in cervical region from 15 years. She used to live here in the hospital where I was working, and after 3 days, hump was reduced, pain was totally vanished, and she was very happy that she is pain free without using steroids, without using painkillers, and without using the antibiotics or unwanted surgeries. So you can see how needles are inserted on the cervical region, and how I'm giving the heat to the needles through the upper end of the needles. It's a 45 minutes or 25 minutes procedure in which pain gradually decreases, gradually vanishes after 25 minutes. What are the benefits? Increase mobility, reduce pain and inflammation within minutes, treat nerve compression, relaxes muscle fibers, increase neck motion, reduce cervical hump, increase stability of trapezius movement, that is a shoulder movement. Safe hai, effective, no incision, no excision, no profuse bleeding, no use of steroids and painkillers and antibiotics. My main aim of Agnikaram is stop using steroids, stop using antibiotics, stop using painkillers. No need of unwanted spine surgeries. It's a non-invasive Ayurvedic approach for pain, and I want that every person on this world is pain-free India and pain-free world. Thank you so much. Jai Dhanvantri, Jai Ayurveda.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Mohit.
Thank you.
Very informative. And I believe more and more people can avail, because pain surely is the biggest concern. So we can have like very special sessions pertaining to pain only. If any one of us or all of us, even if we start like pain clinics, through Shaman Chikitsa, Shodhan Chikitsa, with a Panch Karma or with Agni Karma or whatever approach we take, this is going to really make the world a more happier place. So if we have got some questions, then we can take for Dr. Mohit Sandhu, and
yes.
If not, then we can move on to Dr. Pradeep Kumar. Even if you have got some questions for Dr. Amrita or Dr. Nisha Patankar sir, and for Dr. Mohit Sandhu after his talk, you can anytime like type your questions, you can raise hand, or those can be taken up at an appropriate time.
Thank you.
So maybe
yes, Mohit, yes, that was a very good presentation today. And those are the kind of presentations that people can go and view. So if you could also send it to me so we can spread it around the group. Now, what was very important,
Sure, sir.
so we want to make it very clear to the people, if you are under medical supervision from your professionals, physicians, please do take advice. You must not stop your current treatments, but Mohit is trying to show you an Ayurvedic option, which not necessarily is invasive. So the beautiful part is, if you can recover from that, then the chances of you being damaged during the surgery, where it can go 50% or 60% or 70%, what he's suggesting is, through your Ayurveda expert, try the Ayurvedic way, and you have got a good chance of recovering. So I think I love that idea, Mohit, that everybody should avail first to that. They should not stop with
And
their
I want
physicians and the
to put
doctors.
a very important message for every Ayurvedic physician and every Ayurvedic surgeon or every Ayurvedic consultant, that in India, I alone, because today was my small camp. I used to do camps on instant pain relief in communities, in hotels, in outer communities. So today I used to treat 30 plus patient of acute and chronic pain on board. So just diagnosing the pain of Vata, because there are so many patients. I am saying that there are so many young fellows who used to take steroids and antibiotics without the doctor's prescription, and it increases the chronic diseases like CKD, heart diseases, cardiomyopathy. So I think it's a very important concern on the pain, that pain, there are so many patients, there are huge patient of acute and chronic pain, and they are not treating very easily for several years. So I think Agni Karma is the best approach for proceeding or for treating acute and chronic muscular diseases, musculoskeletal diseases.
Beautiful,
Yes.
Mohit. Mohit, try to turn your camera into landscape so it looks nice and better. And what we will do, while we are at it, Lavni has asked the question, can this treatment help in fibromyalgia? Is it possible that this treatment can help in fibromyalgia?
Fibromyalgia. See, this is a very beautiful question, that fibromyalgia we can treat. See, in fibromyalgia, see, there are so many pain. As Shushruta and Charak told, there is a conversion. There is a total transition of Vata. Vata transits in different forms, in the form of Pida, Toda, Vedana, because there is a pain of skin is different, pain of muscle is different, pain of organ is different. So Shaman Chikitsa is Panchkaram Chikitsa is very important. Firstly, to shaman that disease. After that, you can use Agni Karma for muscular, for muscular treatment, because Agni Karma is very best for musculoskeletal disorders. So I'm using Agni Karma generally for the musculoskeletal disorders, and if there is a problem like fibromyalgia or internal pain, so I think Vidkaram is the best option with the Panchkaram intervention.
Thank you.
So
Thank you, Mohit.
Yeah.
So Lavni, there is your answer. There is an opportunity that you can try Ayurvedic way. You can contact us with the number given on the chat. You can just contact us and we can put you in connection. We now have a question from our team here, Dr. Amrita. Go ahead, please. Unmute yourself. Over.
I wanted to ask Dr. Mohit, is there any role of, have you studied any role of where you use yoga and meditation along with these therapies, or you just prescribe people that only Agni Karam should be done, and after that do you advise any physical workout in the form of physiotherapies or massages or yoga, aligning the body? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, very beautiful question, and I want to answer that not only Agni Karma, with Agni Karma I used to do a package treatment for the patient. Like if patient come to me with cervical spondylosis or very chronic sciatica, so I used to treat those patients with kati basti, with abhyanga, with swedanam, because abhyang and swedanam is the pre-operative and post-operative management for every treatment, whether it is agnikaram, whether it is vidkaram, whether it is herbal treatment, whether it is any type of panchkaram, because abhyang and svedana is the pre-assisted form in every treatment. So I used to give arand pattar svedana, because because arand pattar svedan, I used to give arand pattar svedan according to my research, because arand pattar svedan is best in pain relief. And when you warm up, when you give the svedana on arand pattar, it relieves the pains within 15 minutes. So I think it's the best for.
Okay, thank you. But I wanted to ask you, do you use any particular oil in that way for abhyangam, or it's just the normal oil, or any
Yes,
specific oil has to be used? Thanks.
I try to use mahamash tailam of for this mahamash tailam, til tailam, or narayana tailam. But I used to research on mahamash, that mahamash is very good to accelerate from the skin to muscle within 15 minutes.
So
Within
Mohit,
15 minutes.
let's explain that in English. So those who are not of Asian origin, so all three of them, if you can mention in English, over to you.
Yeah, actually, see, what is abhyanga? Actually, abhyanga is the massage form. All the foreigners and all the non-Indians say that it is a massage, but there is a very clinical provenance of abhyanga. That abhyang, when we do abhyang, according to the marma, when we press the points, the oil penetrate from the skin to the muscle, to the kala, to the organ. So we have to understand that every oil have a different penetration power throughout the muscle and throughout the organs. So I used to use mahamash tail. It penetrates within minutes.
Thank you, Mohit. We are now ready to go to Mohit Manga. If he puts his video on, we are requesting. If he does, then we can take him. Otherwise, we'll go to Dr. Pardeep. Mohit, that was well presentation. The presentation was very good. Ish, I think, as you say, that we should bring a series purely on pain management and how Ayurveda can treat certain pains without major surgeries. What are your thoughts on that, Ish?
Very important, because pain is the biggest factor when it comes to like a compromised quality of life. Many people are living with pain, and they reach to a point like no sooner than later, when they take a painkiller, then they have got pain relief for a few hours. On the other hand, they have to buy one side effect. They have to bear with, you like your gastritis or you like your arthritis. If you don't like your gastritis, then tolerate your arthritis. If you want a relief from joint pain, then take the painkiller and tolerate your gastritis, So there is a very bad trade-off, a very bad deal when it comes to taking steroidal and non-steroidal anti-inflammatory agents, because eventually they have got multiple side effects. And I know not one, many cases with chronic pain who, out of ignorance, kept on taking painkillers for years. And as Dr. Mohit told, they landed into chronic kidney failure. The kidneys failed only because of taking a lot of painkillers for a very long time. They did not consult. They believed, okay, I have got a magic pill, a panacea. This is paracetamol or ibuprofen or any painkiller, tramadol, etc., and I'm happy with it. Now they have got the pain, which they manage with this painkiller for 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, and then they don't come to know when it lands them into kidney failure. So we have to be very, very careful. And pain is the most powerful concept the healthcare system has got to tackle. So surely Mohit will be coming back to you, and maybe Lata has got something to say, maybe in like a very maybe a brief message from Lata. Neil, can we take up, or we move on to
Well,
Dr.
Lata,
Mohit, and we take.
Lata, can we have a quick question for you so we can move on?
Hi, everyone. Thank you. It's a wonderful, wonderful in-depth a session which is very, very deep, and it's penetrating very nicely because the knowledge, is so fundamental. It wasn't around so much previously, so now we can have this wonderful information to manage pain, because especially now that we're using our gadgets and devices to such an extent. I was just thinking about what Mohit said, and I had questions from really from each presenter. But Mohit, the aspect of what's it called? Slip discs. How do you manage that? Can that be helped as well?
Yes, sure, ma'am. Yes, please. See, myalgia or slip, this can occur or can present in every part or in any part of the spine, whether it is cervical, whether it is thoracic, whether it is lumbar or sacral. But nowadays we can see that lumbosacral stiffness and lumbosacral spondylosis occurs very very commonly. And how we can treat
Okay, Mohit, you're gone.
with Ayurvedic management. So talking about the slip disc, so as I told you that slip disc can be occur due to the increase of bath and kapha, because when bath increases, it increases the roughness of the end of the bone, and due to kapha, the spur formed due to kapha, the sperm form, and spur formed for so many years and so many months. So in Ayurveda, with Agnikram, or if Agnikram is not possible, Katibasti or Grivabasti is possibly a very beautiful management for slip disc and spondylosis, because as I told that oil penetrates from the skin to the muscle to the organ system and to the bones.
Thank you, Mohit. So effectively, slip disc can also be managed via Ayurveda. We come back to you when we go to the open session. Ish, we are not able to raise Dr. Monga. So let's go to Dr. Pardeep here, who is our regular team. And let's go to the next topic and we'll go back to the questions. Over to you, Ish, and over to you, Pardeep. Welcome.
Hi, Dr. Pradeep. Warm welcome. And thank you for sparing your time despite your busy schedule. And we are looking forward to listening to you for some of your experiences through Panchkarma with some real difficult patients. If we can have your viewpoint and then we can be discussing, then we have got Dr. Patankar to add value to your talk. Maybe over to you, Dr. Pradeep.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Ish, sir, to let me share this dais. First of all, I will ask pardon and sorry from all here, being late here because I was in travel. Due to some emergency, I have to come out of home. So, respected Dr. Ish, sir, host of this session, Dr. Rajiv Gupta ji, Dr. Patankar ji, Neil ji, Dr. Mohit Monga, welcome today. Anita ji from Paris and Suraya from USA, and all other my here dear colleagues, Ayurveda students and other keen listeners. Very good evening and global namaste to all of you. As what I heard, Dr. Patankar sir elaborated the topic qualities of a physician in a very informative way, as without a good physician, Chikitsa is not possible, especially in our system of spiritualism, meditative and traditional pathway of healthcare. Then I was late and Dr. Nisha ji taken the platform, and it was very nice to hear about the Prakriti. Dr. Amrita ji told about the tree triad of Ayurveda in India. Dr. Mohit Monga, Dr. Mohit Sandhu, sorry, very well explained about the Agni Karma as well. He is a specialist in this. My today's topic is to discuss clinical success stories through Panchkarma, what my Guru Dr. Ish always teach me, which is a very vast field even beyond my imagination sometimes. As we all know, being in this field, that Panchkarma treatments is a patient's self-call these days, but we Vaidyas have to decide to whom we choose to give Panchkarma, that may be in parts or as a whole. All procedures of this detoxification therapy can be given step by step. Now, it depends upon patient to patient, as Dr. Ish always say, Pursham Pursham Vikshya. This quote is very beautiful in Ayurveda. It depends upon chronicity of the case, imbalance of the doshas, past and present history of the patient, varied seasons, food habits, lifestyle, region in which the patient is living, and a lot more. We can calculate from varied aspects of Rog Rogi Priksha. So now patient has n number of complaints. We see in our clinics daily. For example, if patient simply approaches for only constipation, he will say everything all is all right. But he has a lot of other signs what the doctor sees. Some patients come for only tension headache, only acidity, only gaseous conditions, or some come for only sleeplessness. Most of the patients come for stress, anxiety, neurosis, mindfulness, and many other symptoms that may be individually or in combinations. I am sharing these things because what we see in our daily practices, so we can do the panchkarma or whatever that procedures can be helpful to them, or what we did in our routine practice. Today's diet lifestyle, as everybody know, is in hurry in all fields of life, like fast food, fast speed, fast work, fast everything. So in Ayurveda practice, we try to treat with again same ahar vihar aushad, that is dietetic suggestions for slowing down the fast food and all other things, lifestyle changes, medicinal part, which is shaman and shodhan. One part is herbal internally, and panchkarma detox, where the topic comes. One other part is langan, deepen pachan, and dosh of sechana treatments, that is fasting, managing the digestive fire, and again the end point is detoxification of the body and mind. I will like to share some small procedures of practical panchkarma in daily practices as clinical success stories through this miraculous therapy, as our topic is for today. So all we know, as COVID era has passed or going on at some places at the globe, and now new variants are coming and going. Maybe they are in actual or some are in news only. The big factor is till date going on, that is post-COVID syndrome, which is long haulers disease, which created prolonged dry cough. The patients coming till date, or they came, or they are still having symptoms of post-COVID syndrome with the dry cough, their generalized body debility, laziness, low immunity, with the low confidence. They have a high stress level, n number of phobias, pains, and physical and mental level status stress. We tried very simple procedures of panchkarma therapy, some pre-procedures like simple snehan svedan, especially with the sashtik shalipind sveda, which is called food bolus massage in Ayurveda, with some chosen herbs like bala, ashwagandha, glycyrrhaza, laksha, giloy, stavri, etc., and many more, which given very good results with simple food bolus massage in low immune patients with low confidence and pains inside the body after post-COVID syndrome. Snehan Nasya was given, that is unctuous drops through the nostrils with simple gogrit, cow ghee, or brahmi grit, or kshir balatalam, or anutel as a whole in all patients, which again given very good results, which is the Nasya is the main part of the panchkarma therapy. In combination of that, we also given lowest dose of matra vasti, that is unctuous enema, for 7 to 10 days in 30 to 50 ml of Mahakalyana grit or Maha Saraswata grit or Mahapeshach grit. They were very helpful for our post-COVID patients. Here also we attached some Shiro treatments through Panchkarma therapy like Shirodhara followed by Shirobhyanga or Shirobasti in some cases, which given very good results in stress, phobias, and especially post-traumatic cases of the dreadful disease. Everybody knows that still COVID is going on, coming, variants are coming and going. And in actual, these therapies are very helpful even at home, especially as Dr. Amrita also told about oil pulling or Nasya therapy or simple steaming. These are very helpful through Panchkarma. For general body debility, also we used different sneha combinations of oils or ghees, etc., like Deha Poshan Grit, Mishrak Sneh or Mahasneh Gritam, also with extra virgin olive oil and extra virgin coconut oil, which was very helpful for our patient. Now, after post-COVID syndrome, in general, if we talk about the success stories about the skin patients, as everybody knows, skin cases that there is no level, no limit to talk or explain on, as every patient is having skin issues with other symptoms due to unwholesome diet or unwholesome lifestyle or bulk of medicine already he or she is taking. In Ayurveda, Kusht Rog, skin ailments, is one big field to practice for teachers, students, practitioners, which is never ending, with symptoms starting from itchy skin, burning symptoms, white patches, dark spots, scars, round shapes or ringworm infections, different sort of pimples, mostly on the face, blemishes, psoriasis, eczema, rosacea issues, and many more. Now, starting from the moisturizing the skin, for Ayurveda, in Ayurveda, Panchkarma, the varied practices are very helpful, especially Vamana, inducing emesis, everybody knows, Virechana, inducing purgation, and Karbasti. Again, what the 30-day protocol we follow with the medicated enemas or charisma, we call it. Like many some local applications like Shadot Grit, Jivanti Adi Grit, what I use in my practice at daily basis, Panstik Grit Lepam, and using of n number of skin oils in varied symptoms internally or externally through Panchkarma therapy. As we discussed also in our last session, which was on 2nd of April of first week of this month only, about Nitya Vamna, which was Kunjal Kirya, Nitya Vrechana, mild purgation or on daily basis, and at different herbs of choice according to the prakriti of the patient, according to the other Rogi Priksha. So these are very important procedures for diminishing the skin diseases through daily detox at home. And we people are doing it in our OPD procedures. We people are teaching the patients for these so that they can do it at their own, which are very helpful for them, which is very feasible in this routine, fast life. So we have seen the post-COVID syndrome skin cases. If we are talking about the general cases of the Shiraroga, what we are seeing in our patient in psychological conditions or some brain issues in general, for example, migraine, dementia, anxiety neurosis, trigeminal neuralgia. Some patients these days are coming due to cerebral trophy. Today only, with the grace of God, I have started one patient with chronic alcoholism, which is having tremoring symptoms and his slurring speech. Low feeling, mood swings, insomnia, even Parkinson cases, memory loss, and many more. We are using in our patients local Snehan Swedan, especially Shirodhara with Shiro oil, which we are making in our clinic through Panchkarma. Shirobhyanga, Nasya are the treatment of choice along with other Panchkarma procedures as per need and comfort. That is Vamana Vrechana, Basti, Nasya, and sometimes Raktamokshanas also, which I am using least because of the less availability of the leeches these days at my place. Takar Dara, pouring buttermilk with blended herbs, Kshir Dara, pouring only milk with blended herbs, or Kwath Dara, especially chosen decoction of the particular herbs, are also very helpful procedures for these psychological conditions through Panchkarma therapy, which are giving very good results to our patient without any extra pros and cons or without any harms. Avgahana, that is tub bath with herb decoctions, which is not possible very easily these days because that takes a lot of grit or oil. We can make some trifla decoction or some single herb decoction and we can put it the patient in the Avgahana. Or Prishek, which is very also better good option because sprinkling of the herbs in combination or individually on the affected part of the patient. If we talk about the patients visiting for Vata disorders, the next topic related to pains like Mohit was discussing here, which is very common these days in mostly 75% of population having different intensity, areas of pain and other related symptoms. In cases of the joint problems with rheuma or arthritis, that may be gout, that may be rheumatoid arthritis, that may be osteoarthritis, that may be spondylosis, local pains, low body aches, low backache, bursitis, menisci tear, as we see in a lot of patients with Dr. Isar, reduced joint spaces and synovial fluid, even crackling sounds in the bones and joints and other symptoms. Here, what we do through Panchkarma, simple Snehan Swedan and local bastis are very important, like Janu Basti for knee problems, Kati Basti for lumbosacral area problems, low backache, Griva Basti for the neck problems, cervical region problems, and other Hridaya Basti are also there. Or complete protocol of the actual Vasti Karma for 30 days, whatever we are calling that, Karam Vasti. Through anal root is the treatment of choice for Vata disorders with the variety of herbs preparations. So, local Snehana is very important and local Svedana is followed after that. Like Nadi Sved can be there, Patal Potli Sved can be there, Baluka Sved, which is sand bolus massage, and infrared heat is also very helpful with the red ready heat shake. In case of swellings, allopaths or other doctors or other pathies always try to say people that don't use oil. Here, some oils can be used mixing with the Sanda Namak or Himalayan pink salt, or some oils or some lipas can be used mixing with the rock salt, which are very helpful to apply on the affected part and which are giving very good results. These are very simple cases I am discussing. Now, with the shortage of time, the success stories with Panchkarma are endless and beyond imagination. With all the Vedas here present and giving the lectures and delivering their speeches, some practical experiences are very important, which are sometimes even not mentioned in our authentic text. As Dr. Patankar sir always says, actually, which needs more documentation and standardization for the proper spread of globalization of traditional Ayurveda, which is our main passion of all present here. As our platform Healing Our Earth is already playing a great role in conducting the same under technical guidance of Dr. Ish ji, Rajiv Gupta sir, Neil ji, and other people here, Amrita ji, Dr. Patankar sir, and all here, my dear colleagues, who are always ready to devote their precious time from their busy schedule. I will try to stop here as other people are waiting also. Once again, Global Namaste and Hail Ayurveda.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Pradeep. And very well explained, very much simplified, like as simple as do it yourself kind of a gentle Ayurveda massage followed by some heat can be useful in so many conditions which we all could be knowing. We all unfortunately could be suffering, or we could be knowing our family and friends who have got these painful conditions or otherwise, where a very initial, very basic Ayurveda can help them to take off up to the time they really see an expert Ayurveda physician. So maybe if we have got some question, Neil, then we can take them up before we move on to the next speaker for the day.
Thank you, Ish, and thank you, Pardeep. Two of the expert professors at Healing Our Earth, always helping and guiding people. I like the simplicity and the take-home tips that we are taking. Ish, what we are going to do now, it was Jayant's turn. Jayant, if you can just hold on. We have now located Mohit Monga. His video is on as well. So let's bring in Mohit. He's going to bring a nice asset to us. And then Jayant, give us a wave and we'll be with you after Mohit's session. Okay, thank you. Pradeep, hang around because we can now enter into questions and stuff. Let's welcome for the first time on the Healing Our Earth family, Vaidya Mohit Monga. Over to you, Ish.
Hi, Mohit, welcome. You can unmute. And I have been long waiting for Mohit Monga to be here someday. He's a very keen healer and very dedicated to his work. Currently, he is undertaking his PhD in Ayurveda, and I wish him all the best for the same. And if we have got no questions, or we can club the questions for the fag end of the session, Neil, then we can move on to Mohit. You can start, please.
Yes, very good evening. Tamami Dhanvantari, Adi Devam Surasure Vandit Padabadmam, Loke Jararukubittu Manasham, Gata Ramesham, Vividoshadina. So I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, yes.
So next thing, I want to share my screen just to bring my PPT, a small PPTs.
Yes, you can. Can you do that?
So Ish, while Mohit is trying to sort the screen share, tell us more about Mohit. Oh,
Yes,
we've got it.
okay.
We've got it now, Ish. Thank you.
Yes.
So Mohit, you can double click to enter the full screen. If you can double click it.
Okay, sir.
Perfect. You can now start sharing, please. Thank you.
Okay, so I got this idea and invitation from Professor Dr. Isharma, sir. First of all, I'm very grateful to you, sir. Thankful to providing this opportunity. And then I came to know about Neil Kumar, sir, and other dignitaries here. I'm very much happy to be here on with all of you, this platform. So my topic today is millets use. So millets this year is declared as International Year of Millets 2023. And the millets are traditional and cultural, basically, nutri-cereals. They are called nutri-cereals. Why? Because they are rich in nutrition. So I'm just going to sum up this small topic in few slides. Here, yes, it is here. So millets, these are group of small seeded cereals used as human food since ages. So they are packed with nutrients. They have numerous. They are distinguished under a category. Dhanya work in that subcategory is Shudra Dhanya, and in Sushru for high nutritional values can be. We should. So to avail the complete health benefits and to eradicate lifestyle disorders and non-communicable diseases is probably can be achieved by the use of millets. So under the expertise of qualified doctors or health coach, health experts, we can use millets very wisely. So coming upon some few facts about the WHO report on NCD. So per year we have this seen the data that in that data 41 million people killed across the globe. So it is around the total deaths globe overall, the total deaths 74%. And in that 17 million people die every year before the age of 70. So this is going, the data is going quite high. This figure is going quite high because just because of the non-communicable diseases, their span is going quite very speedily. So 86% of these premature deaths occur in low and middle income countries. So like in India, it is very prevalent, and 77% are in low and middle income countries. So what all these deaths comprises of, there are 4 groups of diseases which are basically dreadly spreading all over the globe. So these are the cardiovascular diseases, cancers, chronic respiratory diseases, and diabetes. So cancer and this one cardiovascular disease, they face a huge number, 17.9 million people annually. In cancer category, 9.3 million, and respiratory disorder 4.1, and diabetes 2. And related comorbid factors due to diabetes, kidney disease, deaths are also included in that. So this one already I told. So Indian government has declared this another Nutri Hub IIMR. There are studies and researches going on for their properties, for the benefits of millets. So first one on the right hand side, it is mentioned for the celiac disease, anti-diabetic properties, reduction of oxidative stress in the body, anti-cancerous properties, and anti-hypertension properties. So in celiac disease, why it is happening, I am going to come up here. I have written. So firstly, this should be very easily should be understood. List of millets which are mentioned in Ayurveda. So a study has been extensively done also, and it is quoted in research papers in very good research journals. So these are Kangu, foxtail millet, shamak, sama rice, it is called barnyard millet, kodrashu, kodo millet, chenak, proso millet, nartaki is finger millet, that is ragi, very famous in South India, Gaveduk, adle millet, and yavanala, it is a sorghum millet. So these millets are mentioned in Charak Samhita, in Sutrasthan 26th chapter, 27th chapter, Anvarga. So coming upon these millets, why they are called nutri cereals and why so much focus is going upon these millets? Why so? So according to Ayurveda, the penta qualities that are mentioned under the topic of this millets, Shudra Dhanya. So rasa is the taste. So they are majorly composed of this Shai and Madhu, astringent and sweet in taste. So their post-digestive effect, Vipaka, it is called Vipaka. It's Katu. Katu is pungent, which is light basically in nature. So Virya is the potency. Potency in it is cool in nature. In next that Raspanchak Guna attributes. What are the attributes mentioned? They are Laghu and Ruksh. Laghu again the 20 Gurvadi Guna are mentioned in Ayurveda etymological terms. So Laghu, light in digestion, and Ruksh, they are dry basically. So they doesn't provide unctuousness. They are ununctuousness. So they are having ununctuousness property in the body. Karma actions, what karma they do, lekhan, that is scarificant, or you can simply understand like scrapping. So they just scrap the excessive or unnecessary tissue, fatty tissue or moisture in the body. Vrishya, they are aphrodisiac. Kled shoshan, again desiccant, which help in reduce the moisture or fluid in the body, excessive fluid in the body. Badmalkar, which help in formation of normal feces and then the digestion. Basically, that leads to the good metabolism. So what are the effects of millets on Tridosha and Dhatus? So in a nutshell, they are Kaf Pithara and Vatala. Kaf Pithara means which help in pacify Kapha and Pitta dosha and aggravate Vata. Here the point to be noted, I have very clearly mentioned here, if unwisely used. So there is need to promote millet, but under supervision or proper guidance or counseling by health experts or coaches to use these millets accordingly. So I'm coming upon the therapeutic aspect also. The last one property which is mentioned is Rakt Shamak, which help in balances all the different cell structures of the blood tissue. So next is how they are helping in our digestion and assimilation process, depending upon all the ras panchak and the shad rasas, they are doing the functions as digestion of millets. Assimilation Katutik and Kashaya. Lavan Katutik Kashaya. So Katutik Kashaya, they are Vata aggravating basically. So they help in elevating or pacifying the Kapha dosh in the body. So nourishment, why they are providing Dhura and Amla and Lavana. All are not having. I'm coming to the category also, but some of them have Katutik Kashaya property mode, some of them have Madhur Amlavan. So depending upon that, we can choose according to the Roga and Rogi. what to give, what not to give. Like suppose if it is obese case, so Katotik Kashaya Pradhanya dominant millets can be used, and if the Rogi is very Karshata or emaciated, so then we can choose the Madhuramalan Lavan. Lavan is not basically in the by nature in the millets, but we can have recipes where we use Lavana Ras. So in that we can promote and we can manage the disease condition. Classification of therapeutic diet in Ayurveda. So it is a general classification. I just mention it here to understand what to give at what condition. So swasthya Urjaskar Ahar, that diet which should be given before onset of the illness. Then the Vikar Prashman Ahar, that diet comprises which is given during the illness. And the last one is Swasthya Puna Sthapan Kar Ahar, that diet which help in the convalescent period, post period of the illness. Coming to this, according to Khader Wali sir and Ayurveda and actually agri scientists from India, so they have mentioned this researched and categorized in 3 categories: negative, neutral, and positive millets. So they are calling our Godum, our wheat, paddy rice as the negative millets. Why so? Because their fiber content is very less. In the next slide, all these clues why they are calling that, because they have done a massive research on this. So neutral millets which basically can't cause the new diseases, but according to them they can't help to cure disorders them, because they are neutral as well, because they are also given in our staple food. They are being provided as a seasonal foods. Jowar, bajra, finger millet, proso millet, there are in India, in every part of the plains, they are being cultivated nowadays. Before they were just grown as a side byproduct of other main harvest, etc. So positive grains are foxtail millet, barnyard millet, brown top millet, little millet, and kodo millet, which have high fiber content. So neutral millets have middle this fiber content, and positive millets have maximum percentage of fiber. So they name these millets as positive millets as Shri Dhanya. Shri Dhanyalu, it is the, I guess, Telangana language. So Shri Dhanyalu, they have just given this name, Shri Dhanya. So Ayurveda tells, and Khadarwali sir tells, the positive millets properties which are used for different disorders. Foxtail millet for nervous disorders, psychological disorders, arthritis, foxtail, Parkinson diseases, and epilepsy. Kodo millet, it is mentioned in Ayurveda for the use of Grahani Rog, and also Prameha, and also this Anidra, insomnia. So Kodo is also used for constipation. So it helps in elevating all the toxins from the body. So bio purification of the body, I can tell that it is at the micro level and day by day bio purification of the body. If someone is not able to undergo massive Panchkarma procedure, can start these millets. So micro level detoxification of the body can happen very naturally. So barnyard millet, they have effect on our liver, kidney diseases, excessive bad cholesterol, endocrine gland disorders, diarrhea, and stolita, and Amba. Amba spectrum is, we all know, it is autoimmune spectrum. So in that also it is helping. Barnyard millet is very widely used in India during that Navratras, during the fasting days, all the cultural, what the ladies of Indian system, Hinduism mythology, they are using. So Syamak, many kind of recipes, many kind of food items are available. So prepare in the home, they are keeping them on only barnyard millet. So little millet, it is called in local name Kutki. So they are mentioned Kutki. Ayurveda has mentioned its 3 varieties. I have read in Vanashdi Chandrodaya and some other one book. So 3 varieties in that. Green variety is widely available, and yellow also is there. So both have their own properties. Some is specialized to give these vitamins and minerals. So brown town millet rice, so digestive system, they act on arthritis, hypertension, thyroidism, eyes, and obesity. So next coming, this one graph show you why Dr. Khadirwali has categorized this positive, neutral, and negative grains. Just come up on the right side at the end of where it is mentioned in the dark yellow box in the column, sorry. So carbohydrate oblique fiber ratio. As this ratio is less, more in the value and benefits are there in the body. Either they are therapeutically used or to prevent from the upcoming diseases due to the age or any other genetic factors also. So neutral grains, they have middle this carbohydrate fiber ratio, and C last wheat and paddy. So they have researched well, and it is published in their books even in Punjabi language, Hindi language, and their own language also now. They are widely available. So wheat and paddy ratio is very high. Carbohydrate oblique fiber ratio is very high. So because of that, that carbohydrate content is very high and fiber content is very less. So it is found out that in their studies that they have inflammatory kind of properties, inflammation in the body when given to the individuals, to the test group, where the second group were given foxtail, barnyard, kodo, or other millets which are categorized in positive grains. So also the other vitamin minerals percentage you can see, the best one foxtail millet and the pearl millet, they have the maximum content of carotene. Pearl millet bajra is widely spread, and it is very good and very essential vitamin for our eyesight. Eye concern is being raised here by Neil sir and by the ma'am just before 2-3 sessions. So we can also promote millets on behalf of their nutritive value in terms of these vitamins and minerals, which we should also take along with the other protocols, Panchkarma procedures or lifestyle these modifications. The next one, I'm coming upon this why these are therapeutically used, widely used nowadays, and all the doctors, even modern doctors, are now prescribing these millets, which are believing that the ancient or traditional diet was the only solution that are being suggested over there. So millets are best advised in Kaphaj Rog and Pitaj Rog because they are Kaphahara and Pitahar and Rakta Dushti Vikara and Toka Vikaras also. So, but to avoid the use of millet in Vata disorders, why so? Because of their Ruksha Gun, their Laghu Gun, their Katu Gun. So these are being very wisely used. So in Vata disorders, we can manage it by adding like Anctus substance, like other things. We can add seeds which have good oils. We can use clarified butter, ghee, and other things of seasonal vegetables which are being roots, tubers. So they can help in managing this Vataj property, dry property, and that lighted property of these millets. Based on this understanding, the gross indication for the use of millets are already I mentioned: Sthalita, Kaphaj Rog, Prameha, Kaphaj maximum. It is find out these days. Kusht, again, skin disorders, Atisar, Vrana, Midurug, Santarpan Janya Vyadhi. This is due to overnourishment of single or multiple tissues, which are usually lifestyle disorders. Santarpan Janya, it means that sedentary lifestyle. Due to sedentary lifestyle disorders come up, and those vyadhis trouble us. So modern sophisticated and sedentary lifestyle is giving rise to epidemic and non-communicable diseases. Millets are gluten-free. So this one very important point, gluten-free. So in modern, we all know that celiac disease or other allergic conditions where they doesn't find good treatment, only the management treatment like things are there. So through diet, through this proper diet protocols, we can just sum up these diseases by giving proper lifestyle pathya do's and don'ts, along with some Ayurvedic herbs I use in my clinic. So these can be used widely for the challenging, basically current era problem. Millet can be used as a preventive diet and health in therapeutic diet as advised. So assessing the Agni, the next point is very important point is, so millet should always be given when the person digestive capacity is good. If the person digestive capacity is not okay, it not optimum, it not up to the mark, so it can hamper the fire, digestive fire. So this is very important thing, because millets, they are just fillers of the tummy, one thing. They are lagu as well as gurutva gun. When they get that combination of the recipes and other things, so they just provide the filling in the tummy, but along with, they need firstly good agni, good digestive fire in the our abdomen, jatar agni, which is called jatar agni. Then their all properties, all benefits can be achieved. So there are a lot of pathya kalpana that can be prepared out of millets, which are both suitable for the rogi and rog, according to the health benefits and other needs of the rogi patient. So this is one that finger millet drink, which is very good in the summer season of India. This time we just entered in the that after Vasanta, in Grishma. So ragi ambli spicy version. It is basically mild fermented product and very coolant, and it is just a very energizing thing. The serving, like it is prepared to one small that middle spoon ragi is needed, and water is added, and it should be that ragi flour should be soaked overnight. So overnight in the earthen pot. So in the morning it has to be cooked for just a few minutes, and then after heating up in the that earthen pot, we need to add buttermilk. So buttermilk and salt to be added, and along with that our garnishing things, we can just serve and enjoy this drink very well. Nutritional values that only 15-20 minutes. So I have all the millets. Only this one is a favorite millet and widely.
Thank you, Mohit.
Dietary fiber is 18%. Polyphenols, these all are in very good, and very percentage is very good, provided naturally in this millet. And due to the very high dietary, this nutritional content in it, so medicinal benefits like they are anticipation for the diabetes, anti-inflammatory properties, anti-tumorigenic properties, anti-ulcer, atherosclerotic effect, antimicrobial and antioxidant capacity properties are seen in this ragi finger millet. And these are just mine routine uses at my home. And in the middle, you can see bani and millet pulao, how nicely and beautifully it is just cooked. And on the just right side, it is the finger millet, and in between these two is the foxtail millet pulao. And the left side, these are the kind of packings and things available in the market, and also guided by me to some of my agents to procure the best quality millets from Rajasthan, from Madhya Pradesh, from Maharashtra, Telangana, and all other best states of the India. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mohit. That was a very good presentation. Lots of people loved it. Pamu had one question before we let you go, so still hang around. She wanted to know that can the millet help urine infection?
So may I get the repetition of the question?
Can millet help urine infection?
Yes, yes, sir. These can help in elevating urine infection. Thing is, the millet recipe, it should not be having much of salt and other spices, because suppose its pulao is if prepared with vegetables and lot of masala spices, then it will be trouble, right? So ambli, that which I mentioned here, ragi ambli, it is a coolant, and another like that is kodo millet. So it has this property to elevate the problem of this urinary tract infection, UTIs.
Thank you, Mohit. So, Pamu, I hope you enjoyed yourself. And if you want to know more, we have put our WhatsApp number on the group chat. You can contact us and we can send you the presentation. Mohit, very well done. We are very proud of you. You are now part of the family. We'll bring you back again in the food section because millet goes there as well. And I also noted that if we can get organic one, it's much better. And also, what about the vitamins? We get 11 grams per every 100 grams. So it is beautiful. And I think millets are good for that as well. So Mohit, hang around. We are going to move to Giant. And Ish, your comment before we let Mohit go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Mohit, a very well placed topic and a very crucial one. We have to move to millets as much as possible because, as you rightly told, the United Nations has declared 2023 as the International Year for Millets. So we all have to use it more and more. And very interestingly, will you believe 40% of the global millet production is from India, and 40% of the global millet production is consumed by Africa continent. And millets is a thermophilic xerophilic crop. That is, it likes higher temperature, it likes lower water. It is xerophilic, means it is more dry kind of a crop. It can save some water. But
Yes.
interestingly,
Yes.
133 countries are growing millet. Not only India, not only Africa, not only warm countries, 133. And coming to a very specific question like, can millets be useful against UTI or any other infection? Very interestingly, millets are the seedy crops, seedy grains, which require no pesticide treatment. They are bacterial, they are bacteria resistant. That is why no pesticide is given. So we don't consume unnecessary antibiotics with crops like we are consuming with fruits and like more susceptible crops. Because millets do not catch infection, they actually increase our immunity. When we consume millets, the genes from millets will be increasing our immunity, and the UTI being an infection can be in that way treated with more of millet consumption. So, but surely you should not be. Yes, Mohit, please.
Sorry to interrupt. Our etymological term in Ayurveda, they use this thing under the name Nivar, which we are telling. So they doesn't require basically any kind of cultivation focus. They just grow along with the other herbs. I was just remembering that. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Charak, as you rightly told, Charak in 26th chapter has already mentioned Shyama, Kodo, Nivarak, Uddelak, and Gaveshuk, etc. There are multiple millets told in Charak, and so I will be requesting you with the. I believe you will be surprised to know how much water does 1 kilogram of rice consume to grow. Rice consumes 3,500 liters of water. 1 kilogram of rice will be requiring 3,500 liters of fresh water. So if we all are after wheat and rice, the earth can never be hunger free. The sustainable development goal number 2 is zero hunger. United Nations can never achieve zero hunger if we all are out to buy wheat and rice, we have to shun wheat and rice. We are having more kapha diseases. Wheat and rice are kapha enhancing. They are bringing you obesity and all kapha diseases, including diabetes and whatnot. So we should be switching between maybe some rice, maybe some wheat, but we should give a fair chance to millets as well. Yes, Neil.
Thank you, Ish. I think that's fantastic. The conclusion we at Ayurveda team are going to recommend to people, let's go on millet diet because it's good for everything. It's good for green, eco-green, the society, vitamins. It's also very good carbohydrate. And Pamu, I'm glad that I'm sure you are here and you enjoyed that you got your question answered. And Mohit, just before you come in, Amrita has got a comment here. So Amrita, go ahead, over.
Sir, I actually wanted to add what Ish sir said, because we all are facing a lot of global warming crisis, and there is a lot of unequal cultivation methods which are adapted globally. So as sir said that it is a xerophilic crop, therefore it will help in giving chances to those people to live their livelihood and give opportunities to them where they can cultivate them and become the global leaders to spread such a healthy cereal, which should be promoted in that way as well, because wheat and rice producers are many of these countries which are having good tropical conditions. But as sir said, the climate is so suitable and is requiring the demand of today, where the water requirement is less and it can be grown in the barren lands where there is no cultivation and people die due to malnourishment.
Thank you, Amrita. So basically, you echo Ish's conclusion that if we want this safer world, we want to sustain and live for the next couple of thousand years or more, let's go on millet. Mohit, just before we come to your comment, we got RG here who has got a question. Go ahead, RG. You can mention now. Okay, we can't hear you. Your sound, your microphone is not on. Maybe if you can adjust. Mohit, your comment, please. Mohit, over to you. Mohit.
Yes, I am just wondering when Ish Sharma sir just told we are in the very good condition of promoting these millets. So again, I am repeating that Vataj, that property, Vatala, property of these millets, these must be very clearly to be understood by the physicians and the promoters and all the associations. I am in the association of these National Association of Millets from the last 3 years. They are promoting widely and blindly. I should say blindly. 3 years back when I joined and had a conversation with them during the COVID period. So somehow, somewhere, I just pointed out that they are dry also, they are lagu also. So they just keep kashaya, we should give kashayas and some other things along with it, and it will be okay. It will pacify all things. One of my like you are my mentor and another mentor, you know him very well, Dr. K.S. Panwar sir. So I had a talk with him 2 years back. So there were also sessions going, online sessions, and physically I went to him and discuss all things. So I gifted him some millets basically to ma'am and sir. So ma'am told, Mohit, we have used a lot of time back and now dropped. I just surprised and astonished. Why so? They after some time, after 1 month or 2 months, 1.5, 2 months, give some rukshata, karshata in the body. So I advise sir, so why not you put clarified butter or other things with it? So sir told, yes, we also tried that, but somehow, somewhere they trouble if we continue taking it every day. So the wise use is we have to use a protocol of 1 week. I provide my guests, some patients, like 3 days or 4 days a week. Rest 3 days, like in 7 days, 3/7 or 4/7 is days, and the rest 2-3 days, the normal meal, which our body is basically adapt and addicted on wheat. India gut is basically adapted and addicted. So people here say what, when they are withdrawn with wheat, they just feel weakness in the body. So we are not able to do work properly. We are not able to focus. So wheat is, according to Khadar Wali sir, also they are telling drop milk, drop this wheat. They are making like vegan people. So they are against also milk. But I don't know whether it is comply with the Ayurveda people or not. That is a different thing. But just thing is, people really feel sick and very lethargic by just dropping wheat for 2-3 days. So it is like
Mohit, we keep it for another time. And actually, we cannot overgeneralize. You know, actually we, because everyone is unique. Everyone is unique. So one formula will not suit all. Only wheat will not suit all. Only millets will not suit all. So we will fine tune later on.
I agree.
Yes.
Ish, I agree with you, and maybe we will take this.
You know better than me.
Ish, I agree with you, and maybe we will take this into the kitchen show. Mohit Monga, thank you very much. We'll invite you back again. Let's move to Jayant Kular now, who has got an hybrid session for us. So Ish, over to you for the next 15 minutes with Jayant Kular. Thank you.
Great. Welcome, Jayant. And you surely will be presenting something different, because every speaker is an Ayurveda speaker, and you coming from an engineering background, and you have evolved so much into healthcare, coming from an altogether different background, and you have got a very unique mix, like you are practicing so many things like Sudarshan Kriya and CST, meditation, exercise, whatnot. So maybe looking forward to your speech, which can be on for maybe like 12 to 15 minutes, and then we open for Q&A. Jayant.
Thank you so much. Global namaste to everybody. I'm so happy being here, and it's such a lovely energy here. Everybody's enjoying. It was such interesting sessions we just observed. And I'm just feeling how difficult it is to moderate a session like this, because everybody wants to talk more, learn more, but time is in constraint. So I'll accelerate the session quickly and just share my screen. So I think this has become a movement now, that we are focusing not only on one thing, but we are holistically taking care of our food, our diet, our planet. And one thing without which I think we cannot stay healthy is detox. So today my topic is on Shank Prakshalana. It's a yogic detox technique, very similar to one of the Ayurveda Panchkarma technique also. So let's start. I hope my screen is visible.
Perfect, Jen. Go ahead. Over.
Okay. So Shank Prakshalana is also called as Vari Sara Dhatu. So, if we go as per the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, which is one of the Ayurveda authentic texts, it says there are 6 cleansing, purifying techniques, which is called as Shat Karma. So there are 6, one of which is Kapalbhati, Dhoti, Basti, Neti, Trataka, and Noli. So Varisar Dhatu is the other name for Shank Prakshalana. So let's start. What is Shank Prakshalana? Shank is conch. So this is how a conch looks like. I'm sure we all have seen this. And if you see the structure of this conch, it very well resembles to one of the organs in our body. Can anybody tell that? Which organ is it? It's somewhat similar to our intestines. And Prakshalana is cleaning. So Shank Prakshalana is simple, deep colon cleansing. So it's cleaning our gastrointestinal tract by removing our impurities and toxins with one simple thing, which is water. You don't need anything else. You just need warm water, rock salt, and lime is also optional, because some people who have blood pressure issues or they feel nauseated after having some sufficient amount of saline water can add little lime with the water. So I'll just quickly share what this procedure is all about. I take Shank Prakshalana sessions online and I have seen wonderful results. So quickly sharing you how it is done. Just for the information, and then we'll get into the science behind Shank Prakshalana. So in Shank Prakshalana, it's like on the eve before the Shank Prakshalana, we can have a semi-liquid meal, can be consumed. During the Kriya, which is Shank Prakshalana Kriya, we don't take bath post Kriya, we take bath before and then we do the process. So in this, you add some 2 teaspoons of salt per liter of water. And after the process, you have to eat khichdi. So there is a process of preparing that khichdi, which should have no salt, only little turmeric, and khichdi prepared in ghee. And you don't have to perform any asana before the process. You have to perform a couple of asanas during the process, which I will share quickly. And you can do this wearing light and comfortable clothes. So how does the process start? So in this process, you have to drink around 2 glasses of warm water, which is around 400 ml, very quickly. Yeah, in sitting down position. And there are 5 asanas to be performed, which has to be done 8 times each, which is Tadasan, Triyak Tadasan, Kati Chakrasan, Triyak Bhujangasan, and Utkarshanasan. So once you do this, then you move to the next round. So after drinking water, you do these asanas, and after that, you might feel the urge of going to the washroom. So the water goes from our esophagus till the stomach, till the intestine, and then you go to the washroom. So you go to the washroom and it comes in like mix of, it's like initially the solid, then mix of stool and water, then cloudy yellow. So this is how the process is. We do it for a couple of times. And after that, once you get a clear water coming out of the anus, you can take a rest. And after 45 minutes, you have the khichdi, which is to be taken. So let me just share you the asanas and how it helps. Is it visible?
Yes, perfect. Go ahead.
These are the 5 simple asanas which we do. And I'm so amazed to see the science behind this. So, the first asana, Tadasana, if you see this is simple asana. What is the impact of doing Tadasana? It works on our stomach and it opens our pyloric sphincter, which makes way for water to enter the small intestine. Then Triyak Tadasana and Kati Chakrasanas are twisting asanas, which works on a small intestine. So in Triyak Tadasana, contracts both sides of the intestine layers rapidly. So there is peristaltic waves push water further down, and it gives a very good massage to the small intestine. So whatever the toxins, impurities are collected in the villi of the small intestine, it gives that push, like we clean the floor. It's like scrubbing with the help of water. Then Triyak Bhujangasana, it opens up the electrical sphincter and pushes water further down to the large intestine. And then Utkarshanasana, it works on basically on the large intestine, the rectum, and opens up our anal sphincter, which squeezes and massages our large intestine, ultimately stimulating urge to defecate. So you can see with the help of this diagram, these are 5 asanas targeting all those sphincters, the valves in our body, so that the passage of water goes down. The water is not absorbed. And why are we having warm water with a little of salt? So that if we don't add salt, then the water will get absorbed and the passage of water will not happen directly with the lower tract. So there are some contraindications to perform this. So people who have heart issues, kidney issues, weak kidney failure, epilepsy, and diabetes, they should not do the Poon Shank Prakshalana. So there are 2 versions of doing Shank Prakshalana. One is the Poon Shank Prakshalana, in which when you drink water, it comes out crystal clear from the anal tract. So for them, it is good to do a Laghu Shank Prakshalana, which is a shorter version of Shank Prakshalana. Especially we have to avoid in gallbladder stones, gastric peptic ulcers, duodenal ulcers, people who have blood pressure, hernia, pregnancy, fever, and menstruation. So we have to avoid in such cases. I think everybody can do it. It's so simple that, if we start doing this, maybe from tomorrow onwards, also under the guidance of a yoga teacher, it can really help you to detox on a regular basis. And it's very simple. Maybe only first 1 or 2 times you might have to just have that courage to do it, but later it becomes very simple. So what are the benefits? I'll quickly take you through this. So it really helps in indigestion, constipation, acidity, flatulence, dysentery, strengthens the liver, purifies our circulatory system, elevates the allergies, digestive tracts, and one of the major problems which the world is going through, metabolic syndrome disorder, it really helps in diabetes, cholesterol, obesity. And then we have a good skin complexion. People who are into spiritual practices, they can feel that there is a recharge of the pranic body. It removes the blockages, purifies the chakra, and ultimately everybody have experienced high energy levels after doing the practice. So Laghu Shang Prakshalna is something which all people who are very busy, they cannot take time out to really go to the center and stay there for a few days. They are not able to follow a strict diet after the process. It's good to do Laghu Shang Prakshalna, in which we don't drink a lot of water. It's like 1.5 to 2 liters of water to 2.25 liters of water. You drink 2 glasses quickly, salt water, then you perform these asanas eight times each, and then you do it for 2-3 rounds. And then somehow the semi-liquid comes out of the anus, and you can then just rest for 30 minutes and you can do your routine, regular routine. So it's very impactful. So with this, I just end my presentation, and I would like to invite Himali. She has recently done Chakra Prakshalna with me, and she can just share the experience in maybe 2-3 minutes. So Himali, please go ahead. She is a craniosacral therapy practitioner, and you can unmute Himali.
Thank you so much, Jayant. So I did my Shang Prakshalna workshop in the first week of April, and I had so impactful experience. Basically, I have always, as per Ayurveda, you are supposed to have a diet similar to both the hands cupped together. So this should be the diet of your everyday diet as per Ayurveda. So I've always been thinking, wanting to have this much of diet. But with Shang Prakshalana, to my amazement, it happened very naturally. Like within 2-3 days, I started understanding, oh, my diet has reduced. It has become more aligned to what the system wants. So that was the biggest takeaway for me. And second was being a spiritual practitioner, practicing Sudarshan Kriya and meditations, doing every day. It was just amazing. I had so deep meditations happening even today, till today. It's been almost a month now. I did my Shang Prakshalna workshop, and it has impact till today with my meditative practices. And the detox is very impactful, not only on the body level, but also on the mental level. And what, as Jayant shared, even on the pranic level. So thank you, Jayant, for inviting me to share my experience.
Wonderful, Himali. And surely a healthy mind lives in a healthy body. And Shang Prakshalana surely is a miniature version of Virechan, which is a very powerful Panchkarma. Virechan would be requiring a lot of preparation, like you have to drink some ghee and then you have to go for Abhyanga Svedana. There is a protocol, there is a procedure. Shang Prakshalana can be done much more easily. You can repeat it more often. And the intestines, Ayurveda believes, when it comes to which is the most important organ in the body. Ayurveda was very clear. It's not the brain or heart or kidney or liver or whatever. Intestines are the most important organ in the body. Now, does mind control your intestine, or does intestine control your mind is a tricky question. It is believed that microbiome from your intestine actually controls your mind. So, surely, Jayant, hats off to you, and you are doing such a nice job. And we look forward to hearing more and more from you. And maybe, Neil, if we have got some questions, we can have a Q&A round, then we go on to the last 2 speakers. Because we have quite some questions are there piled up, I believe.
Thank you, Ish. Jan, that was a very good presentation. I particularly like the fact that you actually got part of Ayurveda, part of meditation, part of yoga. So, you actually did an Ayush presentation. We just lacked a bit of homeopathy there, and maybe we'll ask Mukesh Batra to come next time and bring it there. What I did like, that you were very specific how esophagus functions, how you can actually get water transported to certain organs, because 70 to 80% of our body is water. So, Jayant, I think your presentation is so good that I think we must extrapolate even further and use it as a case study. And Himali, for example, over here was a very good example to independently say how she felt. So maybe we'll also bring other people who have experienced that. So I think that presentation is so good. So Jayant, send it to me on the WhatsApp. We'll share it on our viral groups. Hang around. We've got our technical director, Nishit, who always comes with some questions. So Ish, we're going to bring Nishit for a moment. Next, we are going to go to Vaidya Bhanuji, Dr. Bhanuji, who is ready next for another different session. Welcome, Nishit. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. It's wonderful to be here with everybody. I've been listening in. It's an amazing session. And well done, Jayant. It was quite an interesting topic.
So, Nishit, have you got any question for Jayant, which you normally have? And or maybe if you keep them ready and we'll move on, Jayant will still be here. And it'll be nice to take advantage.
Well, I think Jayant was basically focusing on how the gut-brain connection is an essential aspect of Ayurvedic teachings. And of course, we all know that an unhealthy digestive system can have a significant impact on mental health and cognitive functions as well.
Absolutely.
So we were looking at colon cleansing. So, but there are other ways to do this. Am I right? When I was younger, my dad used to give us triphala, sort of a herbal formula. And then I think later on himself, my dad used to have things like isabgul, for example, for promoting some digestive health. But is it also true that mindful eating, so eating slowly, chewing thoroughly, and being mindful during meals can also help improve digestion and maintain that healthy gut-brain connection?
Ish, this is your subject as well.
For sure. Yes. Yeah, Nishit, nothing can be more correct. You just put it so correct. And rather you answered the question. Mindful eating, as Dr. Patankar took off with the statement that we should try to eat with hands, so that even your skin is experiencing your food, your eyes, your nose, if you cannot listen your food talking still, if you involve more and more organs, sense organs with food, then you release more juices and you end up digesting well, and you end up getting well nourished. If you are like Alex smart, or what we call over smart, when I'm wasting my time in eating, why not to watch television? Why not to have a business meeting? Because I'm very smart, very busy. This is surely not the best wisdom. Because if you do not know what are you eating, because you are watching television and you're just putting something into your mouth, your body is not releasing enough juices, and you end up having indigestion. So surely mindful eating, a slow eating, is very, very important. Before Nishit, you come up with the next question, can I ask Jayant for a favor? Jayant, can you organize one Shank Prakshalan workshop for this group, for all of us?
Surely, Dr. Ish, it would be such a great experience when we all can experience it and then share it to other people. I just want to share that, from my experience, Nishit has raised a very nice question that, mindful eating, we all know it should happen. But when we go out in practical life, sometimes it is not possible. We are running, it's a fast-paced world. So it becomes very difficult. And even if we are aware, so we are talking about it. But in general, people really don't get time. Shank Prakshalan is one technique which, even if they do like once a month, that can really slow their system down, improve their metabolism, and really even help them to do the mindful eating thing.
Wonderful.
So yes, we can surely do this. So let's plan it and we can do it sometimes whenever it is feasible.
Yes, Nishit will plan for you. Yeah.
Super.
Yes. Okay, Nishit, please. Sorry. Yeah.
Yep. So another home remedy my dad used to suggest is the use of castor oil at night. Small amount. He says that used to help cleanse the colon. Is that and promote regular bowel movements? Is that something that you would advocate, or is it just
very strongly, very, very strongly? Surely, again, because see, we all are different. We all are individual. Our prakriti, our body type, our constitution is different. So one formula like maybe 10 ml once a week, this fixation will not suit all. But going like by and large, taking castor oil sometimes, for sure will help you detox.
Super. So Ish and Nishit, we are now moving on to a very important session as well. So Jayant, yes, as Ish said, let's do a longer session where slowly and deliberately, not only can you show the asanas, but also saw the biology of what's happening while that is happening. So get it prepared, and very shortly we'll go for it. Now we are moving to a very important topic, which is connected to so many people in the world, diabetes. And let's go to Dr. Bhanu Puri in India. Ish, take it away. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Neil. Before I invite Dr. Bhanupuri, I would like to welcome Dr. Gayatri Kalia from Toronto. Thank you, Gayatri, for being with us at such an odd hour. And then I could see Dr. Ashok Nandwani, a very senior friend of ours from Amritsar Ayurveda College. If Dr. Ashok Nandwani can please put your camera on and let your student, Dr. Gayatri, to witness you. Yeah. Because I saw Ashok Nandwani ji just like 30 seconds back. Hi, Nandwani sir, namaskar. Can you unmute, please?
For a moment, there is. You can unmute yourself, Ashok ji, and Gayatri. Keep on smiling and say hello before we move to Dr. Bhanu.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It was nice for Bhanu to tell me that you are coming in that program. Both of you are coming, and that's why I joined it. It's actually a couple of minutes. I had a webinar with the Canada people. So I just got free from there. Then Bhanu talked to me about this. So I'm lucky to see both of you there. So nice.
Namaskar, sir. So kind of you.
Namaskar,
and
sir.
we are
Gayatri
delighted to
this
see
side.
you. Yeah.
So credit goes to Dr. Bhanu and Dr. Ish.
Yeah.
So Ashok ji, just stay around. Ashok ji, just stay around, because you know Ish, you know Bhanu ji, you know Gayatri ji. Stay around and we'll have your comments as well, because they'll be very valuable. So please don't go, and stay around. And over to you, Ish, and carry on with all the guests, whatever you'd like. I'm keeping them on the screen.
I'll have. Thank you. So
Okay.
nice.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So I take this pleasure to welcome Dr. Bhanu Puri, my very favorite student, a very sincere PG scholar. I recall when we were together at Babeke Ayurveda College, Moga. And I recall his commitment to his work, to his patients, and he'll be presenting with a very important topic, diabetes mellitus and Ayurveda. And Neil, with your permission, Nishit, I will be, I would like to interact with Bhanu as much as possible, because this is a format we both agreed. Bhanu can be putting up questions to me during his talk, and I would be like trying to assist or add some maybe value to his talk.
Please go ahead, Ish. You're both on the screen. Go ahead and let's enjoy and bring the diabetes knowledge to us. Go ahead.
Thank you, respected sir. I would like to say a few words first, that I would like to add 2 languages in my program. That is, one is Hindi, and that is my mother tongue, and another one is English. That is the global language nowadays. So, Om Trembakam Yajamai Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urva Rukme Mandanat Mrityur Mokshimamritat. So today's subject is diabetes. The word stands for many people, it's just a simple word, but for my word, it is the biggest disease ever I have seen since after 50 years or more than that, I think so, since we got independence, I think so. Diabetes. In Ayurveda, there is a close relation of diabetes with the Prameha Roga. Prameha in Ayurveda is about 20 types, but as Ayurveda in conventional subject or in contemporary sciences, it is of mainly 5 types. Firstly, I would like to say some words about the diabetes first. As per WHO, that is World Health Organization, diabetes comprises many disorders characterized by hyperglycemia. And according to the current classification, there are major 2 types of diabetes. The prevalence is only 2 types, mainly. That is type 1 and type 2, called as insulin-dependent diabetes and non-insulin-dependent diabetes mellitus. In other words, I can say that diabetes describes the group of metabolic disorders characterized and identified by the presence of hyperglycemia in the absence of treatment. The heterogeneous etiology includes defects in the insulin secretion, insulin action, or both, and disturbances of carbohydrates, fats, and protein metabolism. And if we ask about the types, as I have already told, type 1 and type 2, but there are more than another 3 types of diabetes are there. That is, one is diabetes during pregnancy, that is called gestational diabetes. One more diabetes is there, which is very much in common nowadays, that is MODY, M-O-D-Y. And another one is LADA. Both are now coming across, say, people who are young. So LAD and MODI is very common between young adults. And type 1 diabetes, that is insulin-dependent diabetes, the range of this diabetes now increasing from 6 months up to the age of 14 years. And after patient is suffering from, say, about 14, 15, or after crossing the age of adolescence or attaining the age of adults, we trace it to be a MODY or LADA according to the sign and symptoms. Now, what about the Prameha? Acharya Bhagavat told that whenever you come across some disease, some patient, if you don't know the name, just leave it. You examine the doshas and treat the patient according to doshas. If we want to correlate between diabetes and the Prameha, there will be a controversy altogether. So I don't want to correlate. I just want to subject this subject in 2 symmetrical lines. That's the shore of a 2 canal or 2 river, right? The basic etiology behind the Kafaj Prameha is Asya Sukham Swapana Sukham Dadini Gramya Odak Anuparasa Piyansi Navan Annapanam Good Vakrityam Chapramehe Tu Kafkrit Sarvam. This 2 lines sutra holds the story. Why it holds the story? Because it has each and every aspect of a patient prone to get diabetes. As per WHO standards, as per WHO protocols, as per WHO guidelines, the world is going to become an 629 people in whole world are going to become diabetic in the near future, say about 2045. So this is more than a disease. This is a, you can say this is a tsunami of a disease. It's a tsunami of the symptoms which people generally have. Why I am interested in diabetes? Because I am also a patient of diabetes. And I am working on this disease since about 3 to 4 years with my fellow friend, and we both are developing some regime to reverse the diabetes. And how to reverse the diabetes? Because Acharya Chark told that there are only 3 types of diabetic patients are there. One, which are suffered with Kafaj Prameha. Second, which are suffering with the Pittaj Prameha. And third, which is suffering with the Vataj Prameha. And nowadays, we generally come across those people which are suffering with Vataj Prameha. That is Madhumeha, right? In Kafaj Prameha, what will happen? And firstly, I would like to say a few words about the poor group of this disease. And Acharya Chark told, sweating, foul smelling in the body, slackness in the body, liking for comfort in lying, sitting, sleeping, smearing in the heart, eyes, throat, and ears, heaviness in the body parts, means overweight, excessive increase of hairs in the nails, liking for cold, dryness in the throat, palate, and sweetness in the mouth, that is in the buccal cavity, burning sensation in hands and the feet. They are predominantly symptoms of Prameha. And apart from these symptoms, one major symptom is that there is a rush of ants whenever a patient micturate. Means that surface which he generally micturate, that surface, generally you see the rush of the ants across that surface. And that patient is now called to be as a patient of diabetes. What will happen in these cases? Firstly, I would like to add in Kafaj Prameha. Kafaj Prameha is of 10 types, and you will be standing to say that Kafaj Prameha, in any kind of Prameha, either it is Kafaj, Vataj, or Pittaj, Kaf is always a dominant factor. So what we have to treat? We have to treat the cough. Last night, a couple of days before, I was discussing this topic with Dr. Veenu Malhotra, and she told me that whenever you speak about prameha, generally ask about, or generally tell the people about kaleda, because kaled is going to be a triggering factor in any kind of prameha. And in kafaj prameha, respected sir, am kafaj prameha is am pradhan. Am pradhan. Why? When you see these kind of patients, the sign and symptom was they told, right? There will be a thickness of the tongue. See that white color patches are, you can see the white color patches on the tongue. And people generally get tired after eating the food. If you ask them what you have eaten, they have eaten something like maybe carbs or low carbs, right? And then they generally get, they generally get tired after eating. And there will be bloating in the stomach and blood supply to the rich, because the blood supply to the particular part of the stomach is more as compared to the periphery. That's why they generally get tired, right? And one more peculiar feature about kafach prameha is there is loss of sweating. People want sweat. And once you don't have sweat, you will be landed up with this kind of problems. Because in case of kafaj prameha, there will be a no sweating occur. If there will be no sweating, then the ama will be more, the kaleda will be more, and in this kind of people, the kaled accumulates in the body, which generally accumulates, and people generally prone to get kafaj prameha. I will put an example here. Say if we had a live example, if we bought a new car, say I bought a new Mercedes, and I drive it for about once in a week, that's it, nothing else. So my average will be around 100 kilometers in a month, that's it. And I driven it for about 5 years or 10 years, the car will look like, it's a beautiful one. It looks like abhi jaise showroom se nikal ke laye abhi car ko, bilkul aise lagegi. Aur agar in case we put that car in a driving mode, say about we drive that car for about 300 kilometers daily, and the average run of the car in a year, that will be more than 1 lakh kilometers, then we have to service that car on and off and again and again. This same happens to our body. Why? Because once we indulge ourselves using our body system, mainly the Vasti Pradesha, again and again, same happens with the same etiology has been explained in the allopathic textbooks also, because kafaj prameha needs to develop for about 20 to 30 years. Say, if I am suffering with the sign and symptom of excessive urination, it won't happen in one day. It will take around 20 to 30 years to develop this disease. The same, my car is getting old because I'm using that car quite often. Same with the Basti Pradesh. Once we use that Basti quite often, our Basti got more older as compared to the other parts of the body. And the things will be quite clear that Kafaj Prameha do happens early at the age of 60 years as compared to it should happen after beyond 30, say beyond 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, right? So beta cells, they get damaged before the age because of what? Because of our sedentary lifestyle. Because the urination, the kaled, which has to be passed out through sweats, that is not there. Especially in the case of new IT professionals, doctors, which usually lay down and they won't go for the exercise, they won't go for yoga even. And these people are generally, especially those people who are having the sedentary lifestyle, they generally get this disease quite often. And the second type is Pittaj Prameha. Why Pittaj Prameha? How we diagnose that patient is suffering with Pittaj Prameha? Either Acharya Charka has told us 6 types of Pittaj Prameha. Once you see the patient coming to your OPD, ask you that, sir, there is some discoloration of the urine. It may be yellow, it may be pale yellow, it may be dark tan color, right? Okay, but because you as a physician, you can't rely only on the one test, that is on urine, because once you check out the urine and you take the sample out and you see that there is no glucose, you can't judge the patient on simple adding a sugar stick to the urine sample and ask him that you are not diabetic, because nowadays there are lots of tests available like HbA1c, fasting glucose, postprandial, GGT, and even C-peptide is also available. Then see the sign and symptom of that pittach parmehi. Ati sweda means excessive sweating. If a patient comes to your clinic and he sweats like anything, his forehead is full of sweats, you just imagine that the patient is definitely having a etiology of pittach disorder. Again, along with the sweating on the foot, hyperhidrosis of the hands and foot. Sweating creates more burning sensation in whole body as well as burning sensation during micturition and immediate digestion of the food. That is, people say that I'm always hungry. I'm always hungry. Why? He says that I just taken my meal at the breakfast and after 2 hours, I feel like I haven't eaten anything. So I have to eat again and again. Right? These are all signals agonized to form a form of a prameya called pittach prameha. Right? And along with this pittach prameha, we had one more type of prameya that is called vatach prameha, but vatach prameha won't alone. It adds up with the kaphaj and pittach, means there will be a kaph pitta pathology or there might be a pitta vatach pathology. But as told by Acharya Charaka, kaphaj and pittach, they both are curable. Curable in the sense they both are sadhya, and pittach is krich sadhya. Vatach is asadhya or mahatya. Mahatya means it is full of complication. It aggravates very fastly. But in the common sense, if we see the patient suffering with madhumeha or with the diabetes, if we ask the patient the history properly, if we dictate the terms properly, then we can come across that the patient who are suffering with the diabetes or prameha, we can treat those patients on the guidelines of Ayurveda, that is Nidan Parivarjana. Because Nidan Parivarjana is always the first term which we used in case of patients suffering with diabetes, and Nidan Parivarjana is what? Asya Sukham, Swapana Sukham, means if the patient is having a sedentary lifestyle, he eats and sleeps, just ask him to change his lifestyle. Ask him to change his food, mainly the grains, the wheat, as already we have earlier speaker has told us about the millets, right, sir? I think you better understand about what I am trying to say, right? Anup Odak Ras means those animals which are very near to our places, right? Then Nya An means new wheat, new paddy. Good Vakrityam means things or meals which are full of sugar containing subjects like good, like jaggery, like pancakes, like chocolates, like Mishthan. In Amritsar, you see that there are lots and lots of people eating high quantity of sugar, right? These all factors come together for a disease called diabetes. And if we ask the patient to cut short the carbs, mainly the carbohydrates, then as I am working on this, I am working since 1 year on this, on myself even, I have got a weight about 94.6 in the year of 2022. Then I start working on my meal and start working on my daily regime. I have lost about 10.25 kg weight till now after following only low carb diet, high protein and low carb diet. That too mentioned in the Charak even. They have told us Tikta Rasa should be the drug of choice. If Tikta Rasa should be the drug of choice, then I have to come back with I have to cut short my 3 rasas, that is mainly Madhur, Amala, Lavan. Then I have add Tikta Rasa more, that in I am taking Bajra, Ragi, Jaw, right? I am taking a poop of Jaw. I am taking more than Ragi meal as compared to any other meals. And I have cut short the even Dugdh Pan, because Dugdh is also considered to be a Amaj arm creating molecule. So I have cut short the milk content also. And simultaneously, my patients who are having a maturity onset diabetes, who are having type 2 diabetes because of the hereditary, I asking them to cut short the carbs content, to cut short the kafaj content, to cut short the amaj content in their life, so that we can live a happy life beyond diabetes even, right? And with that, I would like to conclude, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Bhanu. This was like really simplified in simplest terms, and you very rightly put, this is a menace. The World Health Organization has already declared it a pandemic in the year 2000. So this is beyond a disease. This is a tsunami, as you very rightly put, or at least we can call it a syndrome, much beyond a disease. And surely it is the biggest concern. And all the metabolic disorders, because non-communicable diseases are mainly coming through a disturbed metabolism, and insulin resistance is believed to be the foundation stone to the most metabolic diseases. So surely controlling diabetes, even if you are a diabetic or not, is very, very important, because you have to be predictive and preventive, predictive, proactive. Being reactive might not help, because Charak has very clearly told, diabetes, or if I translate it to non-communicable diseases, do not come to go back. It's a one-way traffic. Prameho Anushangi Nam. That is, they will be with you forever. You have to work very hard to earn them. You have to be very wrong all your life with your diet and lifestyle. Then eventually you earn like a lifestyle disorder. And that is where we are diabetic or not, we have to be very, very careful. And yes, maybe this is such a hot topic. Maybe I can request Dr. Gayatri, Dr. Veenu is there. Then we have got more experts who can maybe unmute and add some value to this.
So I would like to add one more thing, sir, if you allow me.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Because we people are very much prone to be indulged in modern day lifestyle. And what I have learned from my life is that I got an experience of myself, sir. That is, I take carbs, say about 30 grams of rice, and check my blood sugar after half an hour. That is not post-blender, that is just half an hour after rice, 30 grams. The blood sugar comes out to be 180 milligram per deciliter. Then after 1 hour, I took my blood sugar once again, it comes out to be 240 milligram per deciliter. And after 2 hours, that is post-Bengal, that comes out to be 290 milligram per deciliter, sir. And after 6 hours of that rice, I take my blood sugar without taking any oral hypoglycemic agents. My blood sugar was 189. It means if your body is having beta cells intact, it will fight against the disease. But in somehow, patient diagnosed with maturity onset diabetes or LADA or type 2 diabetes, they already had only 50% of the beta cells intact with them. Only 50% of the beta cells are left behind, and that too in the modern practitioners. I'm not getting into the say controversy with the modern practitioners, but as such, they add either metformin, they add either sulfonylurea, biogluonides, DDP4 inhibitor, or SGLT2 inhibitors. These all drugs won't cause any sort of insulin resistance. They are basically incretins type of drug. They basically add on more sugar to your cells and keep that HbA1c level down. If we follow the Ayurveda principle that is between Madhur Amal Lavana Katu Tit Kashaye, take that Madhur Amal Lavan part behind, take that Katu and Kashayal part behind, take only Tikta Rasa or drugs or meals which are made of prominent of Pitta rasa, you will be targeting the, or rather you can say you will be hitting the targeting, sir. And that is what I'm trying. And that is, I have ample number of patients residing on me, believing in me that yes, it will happen. We can reverse diabetes, but it needs more and more courage, more and more motivation, because motivation is what we people are lacking. Because today was my first global seminar. I haven't eaten since morning. That will add up one more thing for me: intermittent fasting. So intermittent fasting is what I told to myself that I should do the intermittent fasting. And let's see, after this seminar, I'm going to check my blood sugar, and I will let you know, sir, what amount of blood sugar is right now in my blood. And thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Bhanu, I suggest you not to check your blood sugar right now, because you are surrounded by so many sweet people. It will be higher. So anyway, so very simplified, Bhanu, very like interesting, and we look forward to being with you more often. And as you, maybe if Neil permits me, and before we have Dr. Gayatri on, this LADA and MODI, etc., these are the confusions, where the Western world is fighting with labeling diabetes mellitus. They started with age differentiation, JOD, MOD, like juvenile onset, maturity onset. It collapsed. Then they came on the treatment classification, insulin dependent or otherwise, that also failed. Then they came up to like, okay, we don't have age categorization or treatment categorization. Then they came to Arabic numbers, type 1, type 2. Then, interestingly, what they were believing, type 1, which was seen in kids, now they have latent autoimmune diabetes of the adults. That is, autoimmune type 1 is found in adults. And then the maturity onset, what they call MODY, maturity onset diabetes of the young. Like maturity and young, both in the same phrase. This shows they are still to find a right classification, and they could not find anything better than type 1, type 2, which conveys nothing. And that is the safest approach. So surely maybe Dr. Gayatri is there before she comes up with her own topic on PCOD. Maybe she can add something, because she has got immense experience with the diabetic patients. So Dr. Gayatri, over to you, and I'll be looking forward to Nishit if we have got some questions meanwhile.
So Ish, thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Ish, thank you very much, Dr. Bhanu. Diabetes is always an important subject. So we must remind people that it's not just your diet. If you include exercise, particularly brisk walking, which means approximately 7 to 8 kilometers per hour, you do it for 1 hour for 60 days and control your diet, then the procedure is very simple. You will start feeling healthy, and you may retard or reverse the diabetes. And Dr. Bhanu is a proof here. He did an experiment on himself. Dr. Bhanu, we'll have you back again in both in the kitchen and in the integrated health, because diabetes is a very good subject. Before we move to Gayatri, Gayatri's subject is very important, particularly to female, wherever you are listening from all over the globe, into our social media partners, is Ayurveda and polycystic ovarian disease. It will help you to understand much better, because her expertise is over there. Before we move there, is Nishit, diabetes. You love that because you are partly diabetic and you love knowing more about diabetes. Couple of questions over here, and then maybe Mala can put a question. And Gayatri, don't worry, we are going to extend your session because it's very important. So Ish, if you don't mind, we'll extend her session even 15-20 minutes more, and she's in the Canadian time, so they are behind us. So it will be beautiful. So Ish, Nishit, your question, please.
Yep. So we talked about the lifestyle issues, sedentary lifestyle, lack of exercise, poor diet. These things all lead to, over the years, this issue. But Dr. Bhanu mentioned something to do with intermittent fasting. This is something I heard of maybe about 6 years back. from another medical professional, not Ayurvedic, but he was using intermittent fasting to help his patients who have type 2 diabetes to manage their diabetes better. And so I heard about that and I started doing it. Initially, I was doing like maybe 16 hours fast, 8-hour window. Sometimes I would go maybe a little bit more. And I did that for about a year or two. And my diabetes levels did come back to what we call borderline. So they were under the limit which they say you're now diabetic. I still carried on with my meds though, because this is, from what I understand, a silent disease. Doesn't really show you symptoms until it's too late. So I carried on with my meds and I still carry on with my intermittent fasting, but it is now a little bit more, how do I say it, relaxed. So we have dinner at around 7 in the evening, and I'd probably have my next meal in the morning around 11. And so that's how I generally go around it. I don't do it very strictly as I used to before. But the net result is I have lost weight and I have gained a little bit of more energy. And number 3 was that my diabetes seems to be in control because the last test was again at borderline. I just wanted to check, is this really something that works in managing diabetes?
Dr. Gayatri, would you like to answer or okay? Okay. Dr. Bhanu, okay. Oh.
Yeah, I would like to answer, sir. Sorry, interrupting you.
Yeah.
Once we are having intermittent fasting, it means that you are allowing your fats to be get lipolyzed. Because in starvation, our body use the ketone bodies, the ketones, right? Firstly, we use glucose. Second time we use fats, and third are the ketones. Sorry, second are the ketones and third are the fats. Once your fats get utilized, it means there will be a lipolysis. It means you are going to lose some weight. It means the extra fat around your body will go out. That's why you are losing your weight. That's why your HbA1c level gets down because of the intermittent fasting. And that is the scientific one. You know, the Langhan, as already told in our Ayurveda, Langhan. And once you start doing Langhan, it will be like, if you are fasting for about 12 hours, if you are fasting about 16 hours or 18 hours, this Langhan will definitely help in reducing blood sugar as well as the abdominal belly fat as well as the visceral fat. That's why you are losing.
So Langhan is fasting, Nishit. Yeah. By Langhan, he means fasting.
Yes, I understood. Yeah.
So overall, I think fasting is beautiful, exercise is beautiful, mind over matter. Improve your diet, exercise, feel good, and you remove the diabetes if you can. Mala, unmute yourself, your quick question, and we'll move to Dr. Gayatri all the way to Canada. Mala, unmute yourself, thank you.
Okay, yeah, good evening, all of you. So I'm also pre-diabetic, and I didn't realize I was stressed. I don't believe in stress, hard worker, grapher. And then my doctor sent me on a blood test, and I became diabetic. I was pre-diabetic. It's in the family. But a quick question on food. How I've been doing all the things you've been saying, and Nish, you know, I can relate to what you've been doing. Is there a big problem with the manufacturing of food? No matter how healthy you can eat and you reduce your food, is this the chemicals and it's the way food is manufactured is also a cause of this? How can we fight the manufacturers, to just produce healthier food? For example, I eat like low gluten-free porridge and things, but I find that there's little, chips and things. It's dusty. It's not like grainy. And I'm buying organic food as well. It costs me a lot, but I just feel something is wrong there. And I did speak to my local health providers, so they've been saying the same thing. Is there brands you can recommend, or how could you help?
Thank you, Mala. So just a point of caution, we don't mention brands, we don't malign any companies here. Let's just talk generally. Yes, food manufacturers are very crafty. They want to push their foods everywhere. So they do use refined sugars. They do mislead us by saying it's zero sugars, etc. But Gayatri, Ish, you both got comment on this. Over to you, your comments.
Yeah, Dr. Gayatri, please.
Yeah. Namaskar, everyone. This is Gayatri Kalia from Canada, Toronto. I'm really happy. First of all, thankful to Dr. Ish for inviting me to have a talk on this platform. And big namaskar to Nandwani sir, one of my favorite teachers in my graduation, who's also there. Coming back to the question, I would like to say, my dear, I've been helping diabetic patients with pure Ayurveda, and I've seen that three things, like together with the intermittent fasting, work very well. I'm not talking about the medication because that was already told, but I'm talking about food this time. Number one thing, I want everybody who's a patient of diabetic to use whole grains as grains and limit the grains to the grains which actually cut off the kapha, which do not increase the kapha that much. For example, the best example is the kodo millet. So you get kodo millet or the kodara in Indian grocery stores these days. Now the world is very aware, and there's no particular brand needed, my dear. You just need to make it like khichdi or replace your rice with the kodo millet. And it's very easy. You can even make use other millets too. Although I'm not a big fan of ragi when it comes to diabetes because its glycemic index is more than what kodo millet has. So, and the next grain, which is my super favorite, is barley. Using barley in your recipes solves the problem, and it has been a time-tested grain for diabetes. Everybody from the field of Ayurveda, whosoever has read Charak, would agree with me. So you can make barley soups, you can make barley chapati. We make it 3 days a week, and it is super tasty. It's almost like wheat chapati. Very, very light. You don't even feel it. Intermittent fasting is number one rule. Of course, it has to be there. Or you can do other ways of fasting, like once a week, 24-hour fasting also helps. But I've seen intermittent fasting is quite easy for people to manage. Third thing, which really helps, is adding protein to every meal. You know what? Genetically, we all South Asians have a tendency to develop diabetes more than other illnesses. The reason has been for so many years, people haven't been exercising and they have been choosing wrong diets. Top of it, they've been using all the fried and all the sweet stuff, but not compensating it with exercise. So if you're burning out, if you're exercising, if you're having an active lifestyle, you don't need to worry too much about grains or what you're eating or putting in your system. But if you're not able to do that, at least you can add proteins to every meal, my dear. That causes slow release of the carbs into the system. So it could be a vegetarian protein, it could be a chicken or fish, it's up to you. Again, it has to be organic because chicken, if it is fed with hormones, can mess up your hormone system. Okay, so I would say that you can add nuts in the morning. It's very easy. Some soaked almonds, walnuts, and some seeds together, or some boiled chana, which is very, very traditional in Indian system of eating. For even vegetarian, it works very well. People who eat eggs, they can have eggs in the breakfast, but no bread. Eggs with vegetables, with salad, like with cucumbers or some lettuce. It seems odd, but it works very well. Then for the lunch, you can have either barley or you can have your kodo millet khichdi with vegetables and some protein on the side. Could be dal, could be rajma, could be chana, could be any vegetarian protein if you are vegetarian. If you are a non-vegetarian, you can pick up from your own choice. And thirdly, for the evening, again, a big bowl of vegetables, including raw and some cooked vegetables, together with some protein, and no carb at night. No carb at night. You can have a little bit of quinoa and you will see amazing results with this simple diet. Although I know you will crave for so many good refined breads and all kinds of sweet dishes, you can have a cheat meal once a week. So that's what I manage my patients. I tell them, okay, enjoy your chola bhatura or whatever you want once a week, and then exercise, and then cancel your, papa with the punya by exercising a lot, and that's helpful. Even, after having a meal, just go for a walk. 20 minutes walk after every meal reduces your HbA1c in totality by 1 point. Like if it is 7, it will come to 6. If it's 8, it will come to 7. If you are keeping the same diet and just walking after every meal for 20 to 30 minutes. So this is what I would like to say. And then let's see what others have to say. It's a very good learning process. Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Amrita. You've got a question, over to you.
Very good guidance, Gayatri ji. I have a question for you. I would like to ask, because diabetic people, the sugar levels, as they go very high, they can go very low as well. Right. So in those cases, and people mostly don't come to know when these things happen. They feel there's a shivering, there is weakness, and there are tremors, which they really can't appreciate whether it is due to sugar levels or what. What advice do you have for such people? Like, what should they do at these times?
Well, as I said, when you add proteins to every meal, the sugar doesn't either go very much down or doesn't even fluctuate very highly. It just slows down the penetration of glucose into the bloodstream, which also gives them a sense of, balance. I've seen it practically. Adding protein to every meal and adding a different protein every time solves the problem. They don't have these, cravings for sugar or BP going down, or feeling very weak, or having sweating. All these features don't come. Yeah, of course, the motivation needs to be kept very high, and they can have some. If the sugar is very, very low, of course, they feel it with their pulse. They sweat. They have certain kind of weakness in the body. They should have some sugar things, like instant sugary things, for example, raisins, as the best solutions in their pocket. That will help them, because that's not refined sugar, but still it elevates sugar. Having fruits. So what I advise when it comes to fruits to be consumed by a diabetic patient, I never cut off fruits from their diet. Some people do that. I don't, because fruits are very, very important, an integral part of our diet. What I just tell them, have them in the morning. 1 fruit every day in the morning, as soon as they finish their fasting. So suppose 11 o'clock, they're about to finish their fasting, they must consume a fruit. I've seen if you consume fruits before 12 noon, you can maintain it very well. But if you consume a fruit in the evening at 7 p.m., then it's not very good for a diabetic patient. So probably the fruit glucose, which is fructose, it's very well absorbed quickly into the system, and it's very much needed by the system as well. But we cannot cut off, but we should not advocate it in the evening, as it is ultimately going into sugar system as well. So I advocate fruits in the morning with some nuts, 1 fruit or 2 fruit with low glycemic index in the beginnings, and later they can enjoy mangoes too once they are stable, right? So, and then for lunch and dinner, no fruits, no snacking in between, matlab no snacking, no binge eating, no addition means no addition. So this solves the problem. I'm not at all in favor of eating every 2 hours, which was given by the modern science as one of the solutions. No, it doesn't work. What works is 5-hour gap between 2 meals and intermittent fasting, as said by the previous doctor.
Thank you, Gayatri. What a wonderful comments you have made. Let's remind people, if you eat fruit, try to eat on empty stomach, because it digests very fast. So if you eat on empty stomach, it will be more beneficial to you. As regards to proteins, don't go too crazy. Remember, approximately 0.8 gram per kilogram of your weight. So if you are an average 70 kilograms, up to 60 grams of proteins are good. A handful of nuts or 100 grams of nuts is about 20 grams. So be sensible. Proteins are beautiful. Fruits on empty stomach. And now, Gayatri, we move on to your specialist subject for today, which is very important for all the female and for men to understand their female and women friend. Ish, any comment before Gayatri moves? Over to you, Ish.
No, that's wonderful. Maybe let's start with her talk, and then we have got Nishit to come up with a slurry of questions, I believe. So that will take like us another maybe 1 hour or so. Yeah,
And
over
Ish,
to you, Dr. Gayatri.
Ish,
Okay.
and Ish,
Yes,
Gayatri, we
yes.
are okay. Even if you overrun, it doesn't matter because it's important. You're smiling, so you are happy because you are ready to read and go. So let's go, go, go.
Okay, namaste everyone. Yeah, I'm ready.
Just before
Should
you
I go?
start off, I wanted to just reiterate, you touched on something that I think a lot of people don't really focus on, which is the glycemic index.
Yes.
If people were just a little bit more aware of the foods they consume and switch choices to low GI foods, instead of, like, for example, taking maybe an ice cream, you switch to a low-fat yogurt, frozen
Yeah.
yogurt. Example, the GI would go from 75 to maybe under 40, or something like that. Instead of a cola, you have a banana smoothie, for example. That's a really important point. That's one. And the other thing is, you were talking about carbohydrate replacements, and I'll share one of my favorite replacements is bulgur wheat.
Bulgur wheat. Yeah, that's
So
also good.
Yeah. So yeah, I just thought I'll share that.
Yeah, easily available in those countries as well. Yeah, it's easily possible. Good. Okay, so if I'm allowed, I would like to talk about PCOS or PCOD, which I think we all know as polycystic ovarian disease, as one of the leading causes of infertility all over the world. Ladies, girls, anybody who is in active reproductive age is suffering from this problem so much. In our clinic, which is a Panchakarma center here in Toronto, we are receiving like every day one female with PCOD. It's like so common now. It's a syndrome. It's not just a disease. It's a syndrome, as similar to diabetes, basically, which actually affects so many systems. So I would just give us a brief overview of its causes and its symptoms and how does it look like and how does a patient would look like. And then we'll talk about the solutions and how we manage PCOD in our patients. So basically, the cause of PCOS, as per the modern science or the modern view, is again the same as diabetes, which is insulin resistance. The insulin levels are high because the patient or the girl is consuming too much refined foods, too much of carbs, too much of the roti or bread or sweet things or high fat things, and is not exercising much, as per the lifestyle in every teenager or every most of the people have this kind of lifestyle, especially after the pandemic. The numbers have gone very much up. They come up with the features of irregular menstrual cycle, as the chief complaint is either the periods are absent for 3 months or they are coming in excess. So that's number one feature. Number two, they are gaining weight around their belly more, and they have facial hair, and some of them come just with acne. Doctor, I'm getting this teenage acne. And when we see their hormone profile, they're actually patients of PCOS. So it's a complex disease, but to be honest, we have 200% results in the success rate of treating this disease. It's 100% reversible. And if the patient is educated and is told about what to eat, what not to eat, what to do, what not to do, and just intervention of some herbs and yoga solves the problem. So since the problem lies with insulin resistance, I would like to compare it with the Ayurvedic view as well, because that's very important. That's how we diagnose. So according to Ayurveda, we see that the kapha jahar vihar and the lifestyle which a king would like to have, that is the reason behind PCOS. So in case of females, they're usually physically not very active, or if they are not doing the exercises which involve the belly portion actually. Either they are swinging their limbs or just the upper limbs or the lower legs, making their quads or doing exercise in the gym to some extent, but not working on their belly fat. Secondly, the choice of the food is wrong. So we just educate them on correcting the choice of food, which I just mentioned now for diabetes, and it really, really works. According to Ayurveda, since the kapha is high, it blocks the vata dosha and also blocks the srotas or the channels, which are the artavaha srotasa. And then it leads to different mechanisms. You cannot compare it to one single issue, but it could be compared to kapha granthis in ovaries, which are to be just dealt with srotoshodhana, agni vriddhi, and anti-obesity or anti-sthalya program, which is very, very clearly understood. So how we deal it? We start with correcting the hormonal imbalance. We have to do the Agni Deepan number 1 as the first rule. After doing the Agni Deepan and clearing the channels, the second step is regulating the Apana Vayu. That means I'll come to that in the modern view and very easy language for all of you to understand. So taking one by one, when it comes to the lifestyle modification and diet modification, which is 80% of the treatment, I tell the patients to follow the diet as the diet we advise to a diabetic individual. So which I just mentioned 10 minutes ago, we tell them to stay away from gluten as much as possible. We don't tell them to stop it completely because usually those kids are teenagers or young ladies into their active reproductive stage, and they can't get off the bread completely. So we tell them, okay, once a week you have your bread or roti, the regular chapati, but 6 days you can't have. Number 2, we tell them to stay away from milk and dairy products. I've seen the gluten in this country, especially in Canada, America, and US. It's a lot of genetically modified grains available here, including the wheat. That's why the problem comes when we consume too much of the bread and we don't, include other grains into our diet. People, when they come to Canada, they are, the girls who are 45 kilos, when they come to Canada, after 2 years, they become 65 kilos. And then they blame, oh, it's the air, it's the water, or it's the food. It's actually the wrong choice and the type of, lifestyle they are into. So, second thing, cutting out dairy helps a lot because we all know dairy is a kaphaj ahar. So we don't cut out paneer because paneer doesn't have that much of interference. We just, of course, cut off cheese, which is too slimy, which is one of the characteristics of the kapha dosha. We cut out milk and we replace it with almond milk, which is a plant-based milk, and it's an easy option available here. When it comes to the dals, we don't cut off any of them. All dals, chanas and rajmas, everything, beans are allowed 200%. When it comes to vegetables, a lot of green leafy vegetables have to be consumed. But if the patient is suffering from thyroid disorders too, that means she is a hypothyroid, we have to cut off the broccoli family too, because broccoli or the crucifery, they slow down the thyroid. So usually it's a network. It starts there from the pituitary and then affects the thyroid and then the ovaries too. But sometimes the thyroid is fine and then we don't need to cut off the broccoli family. So we tell them, before you take your lunch and dinner, you have to take a big bowl of salad, and including all the greens which are available in the produce section, whichever you like. And then when it comes to nuts and seeds, we advise them to follow a lot of, follow the seed cycle, which is very, very interesting. It really helps with the good ovulation and good egg formation. I've seen practically adding walnuts, adding almonds, and adding 4 seeds into the diet helps a lot in the morning. So I tell them to have sesame, sunflower, flax, and pumpkin seeds, the 4 seed mix into the diet. So we tell them to soak them overnight along with some walnuts and almonds and take them in the morning. The sweet, which is coming from the fruits, has to be consumed in the morning only. As I said before 12 noon, after 12 noon, no fruits. Almost similar kind of diet protocol as we follow in case of a diabetic. So as when it comes to replacing the wheat, we tell them to make either oats roti or oats pancake, which is not sweet. It's an oats pancake with vegetables. Or we tell them to use besan pancake or besan chilla or the millets as part of the khichdi or as replacing the rice in their original meal. Similarly, when it comes to proteins, we cut out red meat. We cut out all those greasy and heavy meals from the diet. And we tell them, I just give them an example of a labor person, you know, a person who has to work hard physically to earn his bread every day. For example, in countries like India or tropical countries, you see people on the streets, those banjaras, they never suffer from infertility. They never have PCOD problems. So I just give those girls the example of those ladies. What do they do whole day and what do they eat? They are working so physically hard whole day and then either eating 2 meals per day or just 1 meal per day, whatever they just grab and earn from their livelihood. So, of course, that doesn't need to be done, but if they need to watch their diet. They need to counter it with the right exercise as well. When it comes to yoga, I've seen practically Surya Namaskar is number one. Is just amazing when it comes to PCOD treatment. Of course, to be added with some chakki asana when we do the chakki movement with our hands and the legs stretched. The second asana, which helps a lot, is Kapalbhati. All these asanas, they actually basically do the movements of the pelvic region and the lower abdomen, where our systems are, where our ovaries are located. So this is how it helps. But simply doing butterfly also helps a lot. When we do the butterfly pose, we move the legs and our pelvic area shakes. And that's what is to be educated. Don't go to a gym, don't do those squats and those, that's fine if you want to add on, but what will work out is yoga for PCOS. And it's easily available on YouTube too. You have so many yoga teachers on YouTube who can guide you at home for no cost. And you can learn from them specific yoga for PCOS. Okay, now coming to what else they can do. There are a few simple things which are easily available in these countries they can add to their diet. There's a tea called spearmint tea. Spearmint tea. It's easily available in health food stores. In bulk ban here, now people are getting aware. You just need to dip it in water, hot water, and it's ready. It has been shown that it actually cuts down androgens, like the testosterone levels, which are very high in PCOD. Basically, why androgens go high is, again, the insulin, which is high in the body. It stimulates the androgen receptors on the border of the ovaries, and the ovaries swell up and they come up with the cysts between them. So in place of following in a regular regimen of converting one ova to a follicle every month, multiple ova are growing as cysts, and they are called as balloons, or they can be called as some round circles filled with water or some kind of liquid in them. Okay, so basically if you analyze, it's all kapha which is trapped in those structures, and we just need to cut off too much kapha from their diet and lifestyle. So eliminating sugars, eliminating refined flours, eliminating all those cheeses from their diet and telling them to work out and lose their weight helps a lot. Yeah, there are some females who are not obese, which is just 5% of the total PCOS population. Very few females who are slim have PCOS. So then they don't need to work too much on the weight. Basically, they need to nourish their rasa dhatu so that they form rakta dhatu, because arthav is a component of rakta dhatu. It's a upadhatu coming from rasa dhatu. So when they nourish themselves with the right food and agneya food, which is improving their agni, then they form arthav as a byproduct, and they get their periods as normal. When it comes to choice of the herbs, my favorite herbs are kumari, which is aloe vera, ashok, which is saraka indica or saraka asuka, and then dashamula, which is a collection of many herbs, 10 herbs we all know from the Ayurveda world. I also use a Varanadi Kashayam as one of my favorite combination, which is available. Varuna has been postulated to cut down cysts or growths or granthis very well. And Kumari stimulates the periods when people have amenorrhea for 3 months or 4 months. Kumari or aloe vera has been shown to have phytoestrogens. That means estrogen containing plants. So when we give aloe vera juice or aloe vera extract capsules to our patients, it really works very well. When it comes to too much bleeding, so there are people who are coming to our clinic with bleeding for 10 months and, just iron deficient, completely weak, but obese, suffering from big cysts and pre-diabetic. How to do then? So then we cannot give Kumari. Then we have to choose a herb which stops the bleeding immediately, because blood is life. So when somebody is bleeding too much, which is also a very common finding with PCOS, we have to use amla, which is a hemostat. We have to use ashoka. We have to use herbs like pushyanuk churna, and they work so good. Like I told many patients to use amla powder, like simply you get it in grocery stores here, and we use it 1 tablespoon in the morning, 1 tablespoon in the evening, and it is amazing. But to regulate the periods, once the periods are stopped, the excessive bleeding is stopped, to invite them next time, we need to add aloe vera. We need to add haldi with amla. Amla and haldi combination is one of the sutras given by Charaka in the chapter of Prameha for Madhumeha Rogi. So that's what works in PCOS as well. I tell them to eat amla and haldi in the morning as the first thing, and preceded and together with aloe vera juice, just as a simple home remedy, and it works. So when they bleed too much, I tell them to stop haldi and aloe vera and just take amla. And when they are not bleeding, I tell them to add more of the haldi and aloe vera, and it works as well. Adding seeds, adding nuts, adding aloe vera, adding haldi and amla, adding this spearmint tea, adding barley to the diet, millets to the diet, and you can make wonderful dishes with millets. There are millet channels available on Facebook, on YouTube. You can make millet dosa, you can make little millet idli. So there is amazing food bloggers you can follow and make good dishes which are tasty as well as healthy. So the patients are happy as long as they are able to eat good food. Just cut out the bread, sweet things, chocolates, shakes, smoothies, milk products, and banana and slimy food from their diet. They are okay with it. Within 3 months, their PCOS is gone, most of them. Hardly 1 more month for people who are not so good or motivated when it comes to exercise. But if you're doing the right exercise, doing the right yoga, eating whatever is told to them, and consuming products like Kachnar Gugul, Haritaki, Chitrakadi, Vati, Varanadi Kashayam, 100% reversal is possible. So it is not that much difficult, although it's a bit tricky when it comes to managing patients. You have to give them options. You have to give them the correct protocol. So when the patient comes to us in our clinic, we spend 40 minutes asking them first about what they eat and tell them how logically that is bad for them. And when they understand, they follow the right thing with the logic. So with the Shraddha, or with that feeling of devotion in Ayurveda, with the blessings of Lord Dhanvantari, we are getting excellent results through Ayurveda in lifestyle disorders in Toronto. Not only serving our own community, which is Indian, we are able to help so many different communities. And that reminds me that yes, Ayurveda is meant for all, one and all, even for the animals. Thank you so much. And with these words, I would end up. If anybody has questions, they're most welcome. Thank you.
Maybe Dr. Gayatri, because you are running a Panchkarma center, do you give some Panchkarma to those refractive cases who are not responding to 3-4 months of routine diet and herbs?
Yeah, sure. We do that. So as per the Health Canada norms, Dr. Ish, we cannot do Vamana here, but we can do Virechana. So what we tell them, let's get a detox done. If they are refractory, Virechana works also magically. And then after the Virechana, the herbs affect more, because we all know the colon is clean, the gut is clean, and then the refraction is gone. And the response to the herbs is much, much better. They lose 4 kilos after Virechana, they look better, their cognitive functions improve, and they sleep better, their stress levels are gone, so they respond much better. This is what we do here then.
Wonderful. Can I invite Dr. Veenu Malhotra, if she can unmute and turn her camera on and share her ideas about PCOD and say hi to Dr. Gayatri?
I don't see her.
So whilst we wait for doctor to come on, let me just share something. Okay. So basically, just to recap what you said this is generally some issue that affects women who are not doing exercise on a regular basis to remove mainly the belly fat area or pelvic exercises of some sort. It's usually due to incorrect food choices. Mostly people with a higher weight than they should have. And the things you recommend is exercises like Surya Namaskar to help them exercise those areas of the body that need the specific exercise. You also said you need to help them improve their digestive fire, and you recommend particular foods that help them along with that. You also recommended certain herbs like Kumari. You said aloe vera, right?
Yes.
Aloe vera is a very interesting, very, very interesting herb. Obviously, it's been used for many thousands of years. It's got a lot of pharmacological and medicinal properties, and it's a brilliant tool to form a base with everything. And then lastly, you said cut out sugary foods at the so in short, cut out sugary foods at the right exercise, eat right, take the herbs that are prescribed. Am I right? Did I catch that all correctly?
Yes, very correctly.
One question I had is that over the years, especially now, more so in the Western world, you find that obviously food digestion starts mainly in the stomach. You don't need the stomach to digest food, but it starts there, mainly to break down the proteins, for example. But what we have found is over the years, the amount of hydrochloric acid, the strength, it has been going down, and therefore the digestion issues people have is going up. So is there anything in Ayurveda that you can specifically say that you can help increase that digestive property of hydrochloric acid?
Okay, so very good question. I love that question. I recommend a very simple tea to my patients, which works in all kinds of issues related to hydrochloric acid, whether it's achlorhydria or hyper acidity or indigestion of any reason causing bloating and gas, which is so common in all of us. You just make this tea, use it, and you will see amazing results. It's so simple. It's called CCFT. Cumin, coriander, and fennel. You just need 3 ingredients. How you make it, I tell them to use it like 1 liter water you take, and you add 1 teaspoon of cumin seeds, 1 teaspoon of coriander seeds, which is dhania, and 1 teaspoon of fennel seeds, which is soft. Soft, zira, and dhania into water, and we cook this water for 7 to 8 minutes. The water turns out to be yellowish, greenish, nice, and you transfer it to a thermos flask and take it to whatever place you work. Keep it on your desk and keep sipping from that water. Don't use the regular water for until that water is finished, and you will see no gas, no bloating, no acidity, no indigestion, nothing. The person will be flat and say, oh my God, my stomach is so much better. He doesn't need any other thing, just the CCFT, which is he can make at home, he or she, and it really helps with digestion, assimilation, absorption.
That's a fantastic.
Along with that, there is one more thing which helps, which is chach, our regular chach. I tell them, stop using those protein-rich yogurts, those fancy fruit yogurts, strawberry yogurt, and this phalana dhamkana. No, just take dahi or the probiotic yogurt that you make at home, 2 tablespoons, add 1 glass water, make a lassi like a chach, add cumin, little bit of black pepper and a pinch of black salt, and drink it with your lunch. Amazing. Amazing. As per described by Charaka, in all Udar Rogas, chach is one of the drinks you must include in your diet. And we enjoy it. We just had it in the morning as well. So I tell them to use these simple things. I don't give very complex, formulations like Agni Tundi, Vatti or things like that. We of course get our herbs here in Canada, which are allowed. We use them time to time. But sometimes we don't need to use them, just the diet works. So if that doesn't work still, and they are still suffering with constipation, then I just add simple thing like haritaki, harad, and harad churn is available in grocery stores as well. So it's so economical, easily possible for the patients to manage. And if they say, no, we don't like churn, okay, take the capsule. Then only I advise my medications. So this is how we manage.
Super. I made a note of CCFT.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's super good. You will
I'm
see.
going to give it a try.
Yeah. Okay.
Anish, can you please unmute Dr. Veenu Malhotra? Meanwhile, we take Dr. Amrita. Maybe. Yes,
sir,
Amrita,
I had
please.
a small question which I wanted to ask actually from Dr. Gayatri. A very insightful, a very good presentation. I'm sure you work very well for women welfare. And congratulations for that. What kind of connection did you find between the girls who are taking birth control pills and the PCOD? And what advice and what take do you have for that? Thank you.
So, thank you for your question. This is the first choice of treatment by the regular doctors to use the OCPs as one of the treatment modalities, or they go for metformin tablets. That's the only 2 things they have. So if they have been, people come to us when they have tried everything. So when they've done with OCPs, when they are done with metformin, and they don't want to go with that, we tell them, okay, come to us and there's no need. If they are taking the OCPs, we tell them not to stop in the cycle because that will cause mid-cycle spotting, so that I don't say, okay, finish your cycle and come to me after your cycle is done, and then we'll start with the treatment. OCPs don't work. We know it for so many years. They don't work.
Yeah, right? So you stop the OCP and then you start with your own treatment.
Yes. We stop with everything else they are taking, except if they at all are taking any hypertensive or, serious medications associated with some other serious illness. OCPs and metformin are not needed for PCOD. They don't work.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Dr. Veenu. Can we see you again? Wonderful seeing you.
Namaskar, sir. Hi, Dee. How are you? I'm happy to see all of you. Ritik sir is there. You are there. Dr. Bhanu was there. Ashok sir was there. I'm happy today. It's all our forum. I hope you all have explained all things very well, and I know it's actually all these are related to lifestyle disorders mainly, and we know that Ayurveda has a lot to do, and I'm very happy to listen to all our speakers. They have explained all these things in a very, very nice way, and it's all diet actually which is going to help the world and all the changes that we can have in the lifestyle. And that the Gayatri, she has explained it very well. She was my senior. She's with my friend, and I'm very happy to see her today. Thank you, sir. For actually, Dr. Bhanu has given me the. He was telling I'm going. I was not aware that you will be there. I'm so very happy to. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And for all the friends to know, she is Professor Veenu Malhotra, and we were colleagues in Punjab at one Ayurveda college. And thank you, Bhanu, for having Dr. Veenu and having Dr. Ashok Nandwani ji with us. So wonderful.
Thank you.
So any questions for Dr. Gayatri or for any other speaker, please? Or maybe I start with Nishit. You could be having many questions lined up, so we take them up one by one.
Wonderful. So yeah, this is definitely another hot topic, and I'm sure that the people who are afflicted by this, they suffer their own issues, and they're looking for ways out of it. Now, we've seen that maybe traditional approach to treating this problem may not be always the best approach, and there are alternatives, like you've said. So for those viewers out there who listened in or maybe didn't catch the whole of your presentation, would you explain once more what are the primary causes of PCOS according to Ayurvedic principles?
Okay. So the primary causes as per Ayurvedic principles is Kafaj or Anu par Ras Ahar Vihar, which is in easy language would be more of the sweet food, lifestyle which is not active, more of milky, slimy, white, heavy, cold foods, which are all characteristics of kapha, and preferring sitting to standing and laying to sitting and not exercising much. That was Dr. Ish's line I caught once from him. He was always telling, "Acha, jo log खड़े होने से बैठना पसंद करते हैं, बैठने से लेटना पसंद करते हैं और लेटने से ज्यादा सोना पसंद करते हैं, उनको ये सब बीमारियां होती हैं." So people.
This is by Sushruth, actually, by Sushruth.
Yeah, Sushruth, yeah. And then that's very true. So people who are more lethargic in their overall lifestyle, not very active, they would have it sitting in their couch, eating a burger full of cheese and ham, and with a banana shake on the other side, and not exercising a lot.
Wonderful. So I'm going to do these questions I have are almost like recap questions, right? So we'll look at what PCOS is according to Ayurvedic principles. We looked at how it comes in the doshas. And now the next thing is, what are the key dietary recommendations for managing and treating PCOS again?
So key dietary recommendations, I said changing the carbs, switching to oats, barley, and millets, having a lot of greens in the night, having nuts and seeds in the morning or anywhere in the day, and having the spearmint tea towards evening, 1 or 2 cups. Sometimes even green tea helps if the patient is very obese. And also coming to the diet, having plant proteins, replacing the animal proteins, and cutting out dairy and sugar and refined carbs completely.
Super.
This is all.
CFT.
It's very interesting. It's very interesting you mentioned the use of the teas, because people generally think about, I need my vitamins, my minerals, my herbs. They forget about the botanicals, the botanical extracts that you can get in the teas. There are so many things that come along with the right teas, and they can help your body heal also along with the rest of the things you're doing.
And tea is something you can drink whole day, you know, just an infusion of few herbs you can drink whole day, and the penetration is superb. It works better than medicine sometimes, because the penetration is whole day, and in the form of liquid it penetrates better even if the gut is refractory. Makes sense.
Super. So how important is it to have an individualized Ayurvedic treatment in managing PCOS? And what factors do you consider when you develop such a personalized plan?
Yes, we do need to have personal intervention and a consultation to read the mindset of the patient. Well, as I said, 90% of the PCOS females are obese. So more or less, it's the kapha cutting approach which is to be adopted. And most of the time, the choice of the herbs or the medications is quite common, as from the list of Kachnar, Gugul, Chitrakadi, Vati, Haritaki, Dashmulakvat, etc. But when it comes to females who are worried too much or stressed out too much, and they have so much of depression because of PCOS, or the kind of insecurity, oh my God, I just cannot conceive, I'm going to be infertile throughout my life. Those kind of misconceptions are sitting in their head. Then for them, we need to add some de-stressing techniques and herbs as well. Shirodhara is one of them. Udvartana would be added to make them feel better, improve the lymphatic circulation better. Steam sessions would be advised if they're not coming to us. We tell them to go to gym and have sauna sessions. That helps a bit. Doing the, taking some stress medications, for example, having 2 cups of chamomile tea helps to de-stress them and calm down. Adding herbs like Brahmi and herbs which have St. John's wort cuts their depression. We have our own range of formulations. We have 150 formulations of our company, and they are all Health Canada approved. So we have our own antidepressant range, anti-anxiety range. Depending on that, we need to add sometimes. But mostly, it's the similar herbs like Kumari or Haritaki or Chitrakadi. First, the psychology needs to be treated, my dear. First of all, the patient needs to be made relaxed and told that, yes, it is treatable. Okay. So depending on the type of patient, the patient who's very fussy and very, too much attitude. No, I cannot do that millet khichdi. I don't like it. We have to tell them options and then sometimes be strict as well. Okay, if you're not ready to do this diet, I cannot help you. So taking approaches individually has been there as a matter of practice, and now it's 20 years. It's easy to diagnose between the sattva, rajas, and tamas sector of the mind as well, and that helps. So
you highlighted one important thing, which is the emotional impact that somebody would go through when they discover that they have this issue, and having a way to help them deal with feelings of frustration, stress, or maybe low self-esteem is certainly a plus point to help them get started in a positive manner with the treatment. But apart from this, do you help them with any kind of coping strategies? Because they need to learn how to cope and manage their PCOS symptoms, including all of these things that you're telling them: lifestyle changes, dietary modifications, stress management techniques. It's all a lot of things to ask of a person to change in their life.
Yeah, it's a lot of information. I know. When somebody comes for the first time, sometimes they get overwhelmed. So many things to do, and oh my God, I have to cut out my bread completely. I don't know how to buy, what to do with these millets. They get overwhelmed. The question is right. We have to be very patient and kind with the patient. We have to tell them, okay, one step at a time. And if you have any issues, just text me after a week and I'm available. So that's what makes it better. We tell them, we send them links for the recipes. We send them links for the yogasanas. We send them inspirational talk links, and that keeps them motivated. Oh my God, they listen, they watch, and then they say, oh, my doctor is taking so much pain. Why should not I go and do some Surya Namaskar?
Dr.
And
Gayatri,
that helps.
You have actually read my mind, because my next question to you would have been, do you help them with a support system? Because you are one support system, but friends, family, maybe some other group that you've got. But you've just answered the question before I asked it even.
We have a network. We have I know a very good yoga teacher. She's almost a yogini in a true sense. So I send my patients to her. Then I have some psychotherapists associated with us as well, who are like professional psychotherapists who help people to, come out of their stress and anxiety problems. So altogether, depending on the need, we decide, okay, this person has low sattva, has very low willpower, is going to quit the treatment if I'm going to be very strict. Then I'd send them to these people, they help and make it easy for her to do it next time. And that's how it works.
Amazing.
We don't let her go. We don't let her go.
Yeah, I mean, I do have a couple of more questions. Is it okay for me to carry on?
Yeah, sure. I'm okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so for a lot of women who are of childbearing age, having PCOS can be one of the points in their life which can be a bit low for them. Do you sort of discuss the challenges that they will face with fertility and reproductive health due to PCOS? And how do you sort of help them, overcome their mental sort of stumbling blocks that they have, that this is, a life-threatening or end of life kind of a thing for them, because it can be a big thing.
It can be a big thing, but it is not going to be very, very dangerous. People with PCOS do get pregnant too, but if they are very lucky. Okay, so depends. We just need one OVA to get pregnant and unite with the sperm. So if they are very lucky, they can be pregnant, I tell them. So keep trying. So people who are in their active reproductive stage and they have just 1 year, or they say, oh, we don't have much time or something like that. We tell them to be vigorous and more smart in their approach then. And of course, we need to educate them. Yes, infertility is there. Diabetes mellitus is next waiting for you. Then followed by hypothyroidism and dyslipidemia and kind of syndrome X is waiting for you there if you are not going to return back from here now. So depends who's Sam Dam Danda Bhed, depending on the requirement, है ना? कभी किसी को डंडा दिखाना पड़ता है तो कभी किसी को प्यार से.
You should change your career to become mind reader, because you just answered my next question. The question was, how do you help them understand about managing long-term health risks, covering these things that you just mentioned now? So amazing. So we're going in the right direction.
Thank you.
Now, are you able to share? We're talking about advocacy and raising awareness. These things that we talked about here need to reach the right audience. So do you have any other sort of platforms you use, or any areas where you share your advocacy of these kind of approaches?
Yes, we do. Me and my husband, both of us, we go for talk shows on television, on social media platforms. When we started our career from zero in Canada, we used to go to several places and used to deliver free talks, to gurdwaras, to mandirs, to old age homes, to wherever we used to get some platform, and 20 people, we used to just start talking about Ayurveda and say, this is how you should do simple things, this, and this works. And now with the grace of God, because of that, people know and they follow and they understand how it works. And it's a big awareness now. Ayurveda is now coming as first choice by some people here in Canada. So that's amazing. Ayurveda is going to be the millennium, science, and people are coming back to us and trying to follow as much as possible.
Fabulous. Last thing from me, I want you to just be able to share maybe some success stories. You don't need to name any names, and maybe just the last thing would be offer some words of hope and encouragement to anybody who's listening in, that there is a way out.
Yeah, there have been, like, as I said in the beginning, all stories with PCOS have been a success so far. This is one of my favorite fields. And as soon as the patient says PCOS and she has frowns on her forehead, she's worried and she's sitting like this, I tell them just not to worry. It's going to be 100% reverse and you're going to ovulate. You're going to have your regular cycle. Just don't worry. These are my first words. Assurance is very important. Assurance comes from confidence, and confidence comes from knowledge. So that's how I approach. And then we start with being strict, telling all those odd diets which she's not used to. Usually she's accompanied by her husband or mother, which, who are also a support system. Don't worry, I'm going to help you. Don't worry, we are going to do this way. I make a plan which is a practical plan for them. If it is a student, what she can eat at university, what she can order at Subway, if at all she's too hungry. I give them practical options, which is then possible. And all the stories, as I said, have been successful so far. There is not even one PCOS patient whose condition was not reversed by Ayurveda. So there's no need to name and say. It's all Ayurveda, nothing else. Yoga, Ayurveda.
That's it from me. You've
and
covered it all very well. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise and your candid discussion. I'm sure undoubtedly a lot of people out there who are having PCOS will appreciate your input. And I will now step back and let Nil Kumar take over the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Nishit.
Meanwhile, Dr. Ish, did you have anything else as we wait for Nil Kumar?
Thank you. Thank you, Ish. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Nishit. I thought I was unmuted and I was singing and dancing to Gayatri, but she missed out on it. So, Gayatri, that was a wonderful, succinct presentation from you on various subjects, particularly on the ovarian disease, which is very useful. Ish, I'm sure you enjoyed. Nishit, well done for this summary over here. A while back, one of our resident doctor, Dr. Mohit Sandhu, he prepared the cervical erosion. So we will actually share it with you, and together we can share more notes and presentation to people. And we got from Singapore, Sri Sai, who is just asking, she had a question as well, that if you know about it, or Ish, is there any Ayurvedic back pain tips from any one of you?
Yeah, back pain tips surely can be given exceptionally well by Dr. Gayatri, followed by Agni Karm by Dr. Mohit Sandhu, if he is around. Yeah, Dr. Gayatri, please.
So Gayatri, just a quick tip for her.
Low backache. Yeah.
So low backache depends what is the reason. We should be able to first know the reason. If it is just a muscular reason, or a reason which is due to degeneration of the vertebral column, then we should be advocating, we must be advocating some yoga asanas. You can't get rid of backache without advocating yoga. So asanas like Bhujangasana, which is a cobra pose, half and full cobra pose, and then the crocodile pose, which is Makarasana, and then Chakrasana. To whatever extent the patient can do, has to be advocated. A lot of Abhyanga and Svedana helps. That means massage and hot fermentation helps always in any kind of muscular pains. And I tell those patients who are suffering from bone density, issues, which is like osteoporosis in menopausal women and women or men who don't look after themselves, correcting the posture, having a hard mattress, doing some yoga, hot fermentation, and having this churna, which they can make at home, helps a lot. This is nothing but a mix of 4 seeds, which is pure calcium magnesium, helps to strengthen their backbone, which is made from sesame seeds, poppy seeds, almonds, and fool makhana. We tell them to roast them all and grind them and have 1 tablespoon in the morning and the evening, 1 time with the turmeric latte, which is turmeric milk, black pepper, and a little bit of ghee, and adding castor oil drops at night for a few days, not forever, like only for a few days, helps them purgate better and take out the apana vayu, reduces the vata dosha, and helps it a lot, makes it much, much better. We do offer, of course, Patra Bodli, Svedana, and Kativasti treatments in our clinic, which just add on and just take away all the back pain issues. But I would still say that if the reason is something else, we should be able to first diagnose the cause and then treat according to the ailment. This was just general backache issues due to degeneration.
Wonderful. And maybe some weight loss if they are overweight.
Thank you, Gayatri. Thank you, Gayatri. That was a good one, wonderful short answer. See you in Singapore. I'm sure you're very happy with that. And just a point of caution, Dr. Gayatri mentioned castor oil. If you are allergic to it or there is side effects to it, please be careful. Take it under supervised.
Then you can do MCT oil. There is another oil called MCT, which is medium chain triglyceride oil. That's derived from coconut oil, sir. It's very popular here with keto plants, keto diets. It works very well, almost as castor oil, although not exactly the same origin, but also takes away the apanavayu problems. So that can be advocated if castor oil is not possible.
So thank you. So just a general point of caution, anything you take or anything you wish to avail to, do visit your local Ayurveda expert. They can guide you better. So it is very safe. The general advice at Healing Our Earth is just for your purpose of information. Do seek medical advice or your Ayurvedic expert advice. Meeta, your quick question, and then Ish, you will have to conclude with Nishit. Okay, Meeta, unmute your quick question. Over.
Yeah, thank you, Gayatri ji, and thank you everyone for wonderful presentation today. I'm very much of an Ayurveda fan because I've been brought up in Ayurveda family. So Makar Dhwajvati, Sudarshan Ghanvati, Chandraprabhavati, all these are like, regular feature in our house. My friend is in Canada and she's an Ayurvedic doctor, but she told me that it's not a recognized body as North America has one.
Yeah, I'll tell you the answer. So there is a difference between recognition and regulation, ma'am. Recognition is there, but regulation is not there. So regulation means giving a license. So we are not having license, that's for sure, but we are recognized as practitioners. So the scene is that we don't call ourselves as doctors here. We call ourselves as Vaidyas, which is true. And we have some restrictions, but definitely we are allowed to practice. We can practice as Ayurveda practitioners. There's no regulating body, there's no licensing body as far as now, till now, because there is no school of Ayurveda to recognize who is going to take our exam for license. Nobody can take here so far. But maybe in another 50 years, I think there could be. For now, yes, there is no license, but there's a allowance for the practice.
Thank you,
so by 50, you mean 5, right?
Well, Gayatri,
yes, thank you.
Gayatri, just a good news. It will be much lesser than that because there are lots of countries through the guidance from India, because they've started with the first wellness center, particularly for different countries in Jamnagar, which is already inviting people in a different country. We are in touch with a lot of different countries. That's why at Healing Our Earth, we are connected to all the bodies. So it'll be lesser than that. It should be hopefully faster. Ayurveda doesn't need to prove itself because 2000 years back, there were no medicines and medicine factories or anything. People used to live in jungle, in the village, and their grandmothers and grandfathers used to prescribe that. Gayatri, thank you very much for your presentation. Stay around. Ish, would you like to conclude with Nishit, and then we can close over with a nice Gayatri mantra?
Thank you very much, Dr. Gayatri. Can we be fortunate enough to see Dr. Kamleshwar if he's around? If he already...
He's not around, unfortunately. Actually, he had to go somewhere. But yeah, maybe in the next session, I'll tell him to be around and just join, or maybe he can deliver a talk. That would be
wonderful,
better.
wonderful. And this was as expected, Dr. Gayatri. Wonderful, and seeing you after so long.
So long.
And thank you for sparing your time. And this was very insightful, very helpful for the community. And we have got like unimaginable kind of approach, because this is recorded, this is available online, and there are like 8 to 10 platforms where this is going live. So I believe many people would benefit. And my take home message from your talk is equate PCOD dietary management with diabetes. So if you know about diabetes, then you simplified it for many of them. Yes, Nishit.
Yes.
Nishit, just before you make your statement, Mohit Monga from India, who was one of our facilitators today, has got a question to ask. Mohit, go ahead, over.
Yeah, very good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Yeah, it would be the morning there, na? So,
yeah.
So, in your session, ma'am, you had just quoted about quinoa can be used in the evening time and in the diabetes session. You were telling, na quinoa.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
ma'am.
depends, like, huh? Yeah,
In
please go ahead.
India, yeah, in India, and what I have up to the mark, up to the current time, I understood quinoa basically is a diet of, like, it is called pigeon's diet. Like
Mm-hmm.
soya is called pig's diet. Quinoa, I found it is a pigeon's diet.
Mm-hmm.
So it is not the Kshudra Dhanya. It is basically the major millet. One is the small millet and one are the mota anaj, जिसे कहते हैं. So it comes under that category. So what the studies or other experiences, your observations are there on this special quinoa millet? Please elaborate. Please give some information on that.
Okay, so what, number one thing, why do I tell them to have quinoa in place of the bread, roti, or rice is two reasons. Number one, quinoa is very easily available and it's not very expensive here, available in every stores. And it has a very low glycemic index, but the protein is more than other grains. So when it comes to, if the digestion is good, if they are not bloated after eating quinoa, that's definitely a better choice than rice. Thirdly, why do I tell it to replace? Because it looks like rice, like you can make nice salads out of it. The taste is almost as rice. You can even mix rice and quinoa and make your pulao, and then it's easily possible for them. The glycemic index is low. It doesn't increase the glucose spikes. So the insulin resistance responds to quinoa as well. That's why I say nowadays everything is available here in Kodo, Ragi, Little Millet, Samu Chawal, Kodra, Kangni, Kutki. Everything is available in Canada. I think better than very good quality. So now it's not a problem. I tell them go to Indian stores. Lot of shopping, all those goras are doing from Indian stores now, which is good. But quinoa is also easily available. So I tell them, okay, wahi kha lo, if they are used to that. Okay.
Thank you, Gayatri. Thank you, Dr. Mohit Manga. Ish, your conclusion with Nishit. I think we had a wonderful session today, Ish. We've had lots of reports. As always, the Ayurveda sessions are very popular globally. So many different countries join us. They've got a lot of questions, so we'll bring more and more. We'll bring one very soon, and we just continue over there. Gayatri from Canada, thank you very much for your contribution. Keep on bringing. You are now part and family of this Healing Our Earth. Whenever there is a session or a topic you would like, just connect either with Ish, myself, or Nishit. We are all connected over here. Our mission is very simple. We bring love, unity, harmony, peace, liberty, and free global information with energy. So our mission is very simple. We just want to do that all the time. Ish, your thoughts of the whole day. You've been there right from
I should
before
really be thanking each of the speakers, starting with Dr. Patankar, Dr. Amrita Sharma, then my student Nisha, Dr. Mohit Monga, Jayant, then Mohit Sandhu, Bhanu, and last but surely not the least, Dr. Gayatri. We kept her in the end because of her timing, because like it is a like morning time for her. So otherwise we could have like opened up with her. But really, all is well that ends well, Dr. Gayatri. And
Thank you. Thank you so much.
thank you very much. Yes, Neil.
And Nishit, your comment before Ish can finish with Gayatri Mantra.
Yeah, so, I just wanted to say a huge thank you to all our viewers who are watching us on the various platforms. Today, we dived into an enriching and engaging session on Ayurveda. We looked at the benefits of the Ayurveda, and we looked at it in terms of the impact it can make in our modern lives. And of course, I'd like to extend a huge thank you to Professor Ish Sharma and Dr. Rajan Patankar for leading this event today. And of course, all the various presenters that Dr. Ish has already thanked for sharing their insights, their experiences in their respective fields and enlightening us on topics such as Ayurveda and diabetes, PCOS, gut health, and so many others. So we hope, viewers, that you found this very educational and inspiring, and we're truly grateful for your active participation. It's through events like this that we can continue to spread awareness and empower individuals to lead healthier and more balanced lives. So as we conclude today's session, I'd like to encourage you all to come back next week on Sunday, 2 o'clock BST, for another exciting live stream session, which will be filled with lots of value, expert people on the call. You'll have lots of tips and tricks as well. So by tuning in, you'll have the opportunity to expand your knowledge, engage with our resident experts, and discover new ways to improve your lives as well. So once again, just a huge thank you from me for all the people who contributed, and I'm looking forward to sitting down with some CCFT now.
Thank you, Nishit.
Thank you.
It's a wonderful contribution from you. For those people who don't know Nishit, Nishit is a technical director. He's not just a technical director, he's our question analyzer. He is also our host, and he has been there with me from ground zero ever since we decided to bring these sessions and train so many people for the pandemic times. So Nishit, I'm very proud of you. Thank you very much. You are my kid brother and always remain smiling. Ish, what can we say about you? Not only are you a professor in Ayurveda, you are a wonderful soul. You just started coming with a session, and then I told you, Ish, no, you are going to be the host and a producer. And you said, Neil, okay, let's go for it. And what a wonderful series producer you are, Ish. You contribute in the kitchen shows, integrated shows, and Ayurveda. We love the way you do. You are always cool. Any hour when I'm talking to you, you're always saying, fine, I'll do my due diligence. So very proud of you. Gayatri, very proud of you. Nice personality, happy, go, lucky personality. Very clever to send the husband away so you can be very free. I love that things. I don't suggest all the women do that. You need to have a special Ayurvedic skill to do that. But Gayatri, very proud of you. We're going to involve you more and more over here. And I would like to thank each and every facilitator who are there. And by the way, we are now over 2,100 facilitators globally. We reach 180 countries. Each of our episode is seen by about 30 countries. And we are very proud of that. And our motto is very simple. Just come and unite and bring love and harmony. Ish, over to you with the Gayatri mantra, or Gayatri. Gayatri, it would be nice if you do the Gayatri mantra today.
Yeah, wonderful. Yes,
So before Professor Ish comes to it, it just reminds me of something, Nil Kumar. They say what you tell people is your story, but what people say about you is your reputation. And I love watching how Professor Ish interacts with the people. Whoever comes onto the show that he has brought in always has something amazing to say about him, and that speaks volumes. So Professor Ish, carry on doing what you are. You are a leader in your field, and long may you carry on the torch for Ayurveda.
Gayatri mantra cannot be better coming from anyone else than Dr. Gayatri.
Very smart. Very, very smart, Dr. Ish, I must say.
Take off. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So can we close our eyes and just take a deep breath before we do that? Take a deep breath. Relax. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat.